So I know both guys. And I would never get in the middle of something like this because they're both entitled to their opinions. And they're both articulate guys. They make their case. And then you, if you're interested, you decide who's got the stronger case, right? But in this case, there's some invective, word of the day, invective, invective, going back and forth. All right. So people have different styles. And I'm not, I used to do a lot more of that than I do now. Because my job now is different. I'm a historian, kind of elder statesman type person. And I don't need to do that. Everybody knows me in the world. I don't need to be any better known. I don't need any more attention. And when you start to attack somebody personally, you get attention. But it's kind of unsavory in a way. And I'm not putting this on any human being here. I'm just talking in general. So as I mentioned to Miranda Devine, we live in a sea of podcasts now. There's just thousands and thousands. In order to break out and get attention, the easiest way is to personally attack people. And for some reason, I mean, I hesitate on that one. Again, I think I've been guilty of it in the past myself. I always framed it around an issue. For example, George Clooney not helping out the 9/11 charities. It's just Barney Frank lying to you directly. I just couldn't abide it. But I try to stay away from that. All right. Even on The View, I mean, I have no use for Joy Behar, but I'm not going to attack her personally, even though she's attacked me time and time again. I actually like Whoopi Goldberg as a person. But if you want attention in the podcast social media world, the easiest way to get it is to go rip somebody up. And that translates into temporary ratings or temporary attention. You rise, people check it out. Everybody likes a good brawl, particularly in America. Okay? And so you get help on that. But I just want to explain to you why we don't do that. All right? Because we now are in a position where I get the best information coming in here of any journalist in the country, by far. And you know it. You know. All right, I'm ahead, and I can tell you what is likely to happen on a variety of subjects. I don't need to get attention by ripping somebody else up. Some things make me angry, and I will tell you what they are. And if I have to go after somebody who's hurting you, directly hurting you, I will. But if an attention getter, no.
All right, Bill O'Reilly.
Watching and listening to the No Spin News. We'll see you again.
Is New York
deadline is looming near, and
Talk Radio, WABC New York.
What's going to happen? Could be any time, any
news first.
moment.
9 past the hour. 77 WABC News starts.
Anytime, any moment.
67 degrees and cloudy skies on this Tuesday, June 17th.
I know Trump posted.
The U.S. is warning Americans about going to the Middle East. State Department.
And also, Iran made a statement saying that
has set up a task force to help
something big is going to happen tonight.
The Department of State has established the Middle East Task Force.
Basically, the likes like no one ever saw.
Our U.S. diplomatic missions and personnel and diplomatic engagement. The warning
I'm going to stay on top of this.
That the White House is now considering an offensive strike against Iran.
Definitely going to stay on top of this.
The embassy in Jerusalem is closing. The State Department says the post will close.
And let me know what you guys think.
Friday due to the current security situation involving
feel free to interact and say hello. And
members of Congress on both sides of the aisle
and thank you for subscribing. I had a couple of new subscribers also.
Iran-Israel conflict. Democratic Senator Tim Kaine introduced legislation
that definitely going to be on top of
President Trump's war power.
Because both sides are really
one power that too many Congresses have ceded.
Not backing down.
Power to start war. And I am.
And let me go to this on here.
The title U.S. Senator or U.S. Representative.
Because what's happening is a lot of people don't know this, but when it comes to those bunker busting bombs or the Moab, the mother of all bombs, there's no Israeli plane that can deploy that. A lot of people don't know that. For example, I know the 30,000 pound bomb, the bunker buster. I forgot what the official designation is from. That can only be there's only a couple of planes that can actually drop that, and one of them is the B-2, the B-2 stealth bomber. So that has to be dropped by USA, by Air Force, United States. So like I said, there's no Israeli plane in the Air Force that can drop that bomb. A lot of people don't know that. And there's another plane that can drop it, but it's not in service yet. It's the B-21. The B-21, which is another flying type wing bomb. Now, the mother of all bombs, that can be dropped by a C-130. A C-130, because the mother of all bombs is a lot bigger. That is the largest conventional weapon that we have in the arsenal. What I mean by conventional is not a nuclear weapon, it's just conventional. I believe is the equivalent of almost 100,000 pounds of explosive. Because what's happening is that the Iranian defense is decimated. They're decimated right now. However, they're still talking the talk because they do have a huge stockpile of missiles and rockets, but they're buried underground. They're like, and the Israeli Defense Force, the Air Force, they don't have, they've done some damage, but they don't have the capability to drop that bomb to finish it off. And they killed quite a bit of the leadership. They've done a lot of damage, especially the air defense system. They pretty much dominate the sky in Iran. The Iranian Air Force is decimated. They don't have much of an Air Force. They still have F-14s, which is, that we sold them back in the 70s. And they don't have that many left. And of course, the ones that they do have, they don't have much replacement parts on those because, of course, we haven't done any, they're not getting any parts from us since 1979. So, and they have about, I don't know how many MiG-29s they have. Not many. I think it's it's about 30 or so. Not much of an Air Force that can put up any type of, so there is basically the Israeli Air Force is dominating the sky in Iran. So if the USA is going to do a strike, this is the time to do it. Not much resistance at all, especially with a B-2 bomber, stealth bomber, and 30,000 pound bunker buster they call them. That's the plane that's going to have to drop it. So it's going to have to be a U.S. Air Force that's going to drop those big ones. Or the mother of all bombs, which I believe the last time it was used in combat was 2017. Or 2011, I don't remember exactly. I know that they used them earlier in Afghanistan, in the early days of the Afghan invasion. But those, and he said it. He tweeted it or posted on X. Anybody that's in the, in Tehran or whatever, Iran, I guess major whatever, you need to evacuate. Because the mother of all bombs is, it's not a nuke because there is no radiation. But it's as powerful as a small nuke in terms of the explosive capability. Remember the first atomic bomb that was, before Trinity. Trinity was the first atomic bomb, which had the equivalent of 100,000. I believe it was 100,000 pounds of TNT, something like that. The mother of all bombs is the equivalent of that. But of course, it's not a nuclear weapon. It's a conventional weapon. So it's not going to be like a a radioactive mushroom cloud and what have you. It's not, but it will create a lot of damage surrounding area. It will create a lot of damage. In other words, it will flatten everything within about, I forgot how many mile radius. Not to mention, it will penetrate down to where they're storing supposedly all the nuclear centrifuges and all that stuff. So, they already put it out there. And of course, Iran is saying, well, we're going to unleash everything on Israel. That's what they're basically saying now. And it's supposed to happen tonight. So they've already stated that anyway, and there you go. So, stay tuned. And I'm going to be on pretty much all night. And I have the radio on. The reason why I don't have the audio on, because not much audio in the background. And also the reason why I don't have audio from the video, because I don't want to get hit with copyright stuff. So I do have the feed. And I have other feeds. But I like to hear the thing in the back, because otherwise it'd be dead air. And I don't want dead air. And if anybody want to chime in, please feel free to chime in. And thank you for watching. I'll be here. So thank you for watching.
Considering U.S. strikes on Iran nuclear sites. Meantime, also Iran putting out very, very ominous messages talking about tonight will be a pivotal night for them, sounding like they are planning some sort of very, very ominous action. And all of this leads people to know that this part of the world is clearly on enormous high alert right now. How concerned should we be? And how concerned especially should we be, given that we had a wide open southern border for so many years? We had 2 million gotaways. We had a lot of people that crossed the border that were on the terrorist watch list that we knew of. And there's a lot that we don't know that are in this country. What about sleeper cells? We also know that Iran has been plotting to take out President Trump for a long time. We know that President Biden even admitted that. So Iran has clearly been a threat to the world. They have been a threat to all freedom-loving people around the globe. They always call America the big Satan. They refer to Israel as sort of the little Satan. So is it time tonight, or is it time in the very near future to do something that will change the course of history? That is what President Trump is weighing, and there could not be a more lofty, more difficult, more important decision for history. I firmly believe that how this is handled by President Trump will define his presidency. It may define the world, because you think about if they can take out the leader of Iran, and there are discussions about that, even though President Trump said, we know where you're hiding. We're not planning on taking you out for now. Hint, hint. We know where to get you. Even though that right now, quote, may not be on the table, or at least it wasn't a few hours ago, it may well be back. He's clearly trying to force Iran one more time, either give up your nuclear enrichment development, or else you will be a pile of rubble. And we know from President Trump's history, he means it. This is the guy who took out Soleimani. This is the guy who knocked out ISIS in his first term. And this could be the defining moment of his second term. Even much bigger, I think, than those achievements in the first term. You think about it. If you take out Iran and the leadership of Iran, and you take out this major facility, the photo facility there that is below the mountainside, you work with Israel, you turn Iran around, where the good people of Iran can rise up and they feel emboldened, and they start a new Iran, a prosperous Iran, a free Iran. This would change the course of the Middle East. It would certainly protect Israel. It would protect America. And it would change the course of the world. That is what President Trump is weighing tonight. And there could not be a more pivotal, important decision. And as someone who has spent a bit of time in the Middle East, which I have, I understand the complexities. I understand the long history. And I also understand the evasion that we have seen time and time again from Iran, from its leadership and the lies and the games. The scary thing is they are also putting out a lot of very strong threats in the last few hours. So do they have nuclear capability? We don't believe so, but is there a chance? Or could they get it from some rogue actor? What about also use of a dirty bomb? That's a potential. In a U.S. city, let's be honest, that is something that authorities are worried about tonight. They have to be. What about a U.S. base? There are a lot of U.S. troops in the Middle East. Some of them are being moved in theater right now on the aircraft carriers. Some are stationed there. The biggest U.S. air base in the Middle East is Al Udeid in Qatar. That's not that far from Iran. There are a lot of things on the table tonight, and the
this
stakes
is not Joe
could
Biden's
not
America
be
now. This is Trump.
1-800-848.
Let me lower that down. Let me lower that down a bit there. Yeah, so you know, I mean, they have 4 years of and I say here, they have 4 years of fucking around. You know, I remember these are the same people that were supplying the Houthis all these rockets that were disrupting shipping traffic. And you know what Joe Biden did, right? He did nothing. So, you know, this is now the finding out stage. You know, also remember Joe Biden also neutered Israel. You know, I mean neutered, I mean, you know, completely, but you know, he basically didn't give them all the aid that they needed. It's not the case now. You know, Trump is basically telling them, listen, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do and handle this business if you need any help. And now is at the time. Now is the time where, you know what? Yeah, we might need those bunker busting bombs to finish the job. Or worst case, or better yet, we need the mother of all bombs to finish off this part of the operation. So, and like I said earlier, the only the Israeli Air Force does not have the capability to deliver the bunker buster. The mother of all bombs, I believe they can, because they do have C-130s, I believe. I'm sure they do have C-130s. But the mother of all bombs, that's a whole different. That's usually delivered by a C-130. C-130. So that's a big one. You don't want to be around that one. In fact, I think was it yesterday or last night? Well, not last night, but yesterday early. I think the night before they detected some seismic activity when they bombed inside Iran, and supposedly the radiation level has went up in some parts. So I think they might have hit the underground facilities, but maybe just damaged it, not destroyed it completely. So I think that's what this thing comes in with the bunker buster, because the not the mother of all bombs, but the top bunker buster is about 33,000 pounds. That bunker buster can penetrate down to 200 feet, 200 feet into the ground. When they drop it, it penetrates up to 200 feet below. Okay, so of course, like I said, Israel does not have those bombs in their arsenal. That will have to be supplied by the United States Air Force B-2, most likely the B-2. That's the Spirit. That's the only one I can think of that can deliver that bomb. Yeah, in fact, that's the only plane that can deliver it. There is a B-21, but that one is still not in service. That is the successor of the B-2. So it will have to be the B-2. And if they go with the mother of all bombs, that has to be delivered by most likely C-130. Or, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here. I think that's the only plane that can deliver that one. Because that one is, that's a big one. That one has to be, the C-130 has to open up the back of it. And what they do is they wheel it out. They roll it out. And it has, it drops out on a big parachute. And then that's the one that one is dropped. It's not going to fit under a B-2 bomber. The mother of all bombs, that one is just C-130. That's the only plane that can drop it. They'll have to open up the back and then drop it at a not so high altitude either. And so there you go. Well, and of course, like I said, Iran already stated that they're gonna do something big tonight. And that's all we have here on this feed for now. Of course, I'm gonna be moving it around. I'm gonna be trying other feeds. I may even try other. I have other channels that I can bring up. I was doing that last night, including some of the. Well, not anything in Iran, not Iranian state TV, because that is can I get those feeds myself? But Al Jazeera, Al Arabiya, some other stations, Arabic stations that are allowed to be in there, and of course these feeds here. So as soon as something happens, we'll see it. All right, so there you go. So feel free to chime in the live stream in the chat. Say hello. Doesn't matter. You can post whatever. Just don't be vulgar. Don't be, I don't care who you support. You support who you want to support. Me, of course, I'm going for my president. Because like I said, this is the finding out stage for them now. They have 4 years of this under Biden where they were just, thumbing their nose at a weak president. But that's not the case now. Now, they met their match. Okay? So now it's a whole different story. This is not Joe Biden's America now. This is Donald Trump's America. And you know why? He already gave them a deadline. It came and went. They want unconditional surrender. They don't want there's no ceasefire here. They want Iran to say, we're not going to do any nukes. That's it. We're done. We had enough. Or they're going to get destroyed. They don't have much of a choice. And the other countries are not backing up Iran. They're not going to back up Iran on this one. Because you know what? They have 4 years of fucking around. I'm going to say it. Disrupting the water, disrupting the Gulf. With the Houthis destroying ships, shipping traffic, and all that. Now it's their finding out stage. Like that newscast that the woman was talking on the newscast, and boom, the bomb hit the studio. It's hitting them close to home. It's hitting them in their backyard now. Remember before this year, there was no attack on Iran in many, many years. But now they're finding out that, you know what, when you mess with the so-called little Satan and big Satan, they're going to come back and hit you with the hammer. They have 4 years of fucking around. And now they're finding out now what Biden should have done 4 years ago. So there you go. So stay tuned for that. And I'm going to be on top of this. And, we'll see what happens.
So now Israel's 3 for 3. I don't think anybody's begging to be the leader of the Iranian forces tonight.
Yeah, right.
So what should America do and what should the world do to meet this moment? 1-800-848-9222, 1-800-848-9222, and we'll take your calls when we come back.
The Rita Cosby Show.
Life insurers put life into the things you live for. The new factory that's hiring your neighbors. Maintenance on the bridge that keeps traffic flowing. The paycheck that puts pizza night on the table. Life insurers contribute $8 trillion to communities and local economies through bond purchases and other investments, and protect the financial security of 90 million American families, like yours. See how life insurers put life into America at acli.com. Paid for by the American Council of Life Insurers.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building Bridges, that which unites us. A thought-provoking new podcast series hosted by Michael Hirschman, CEO of SolaVM Group.
I'm Michael Hirschman. Join me as I tackle vital national topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field.
Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts. Donate now to toysfortots.org, working year-round, delivering hope to children at Christmas time and beyond. In 2024, Toys for Tots provided over 30 million toys to nearly 13 million children in need. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. Since 1947, Toys for Tots has distributed 708 million toys to 314 million deserving children, working year-round. Toys for Tots. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com. Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Now, the latest from the 77 WABC newsroom.
At 77 WABC, we have a great internship program where young professionals interested in broadcasting and content can get their feet wet in the business. On The Greg Kelly Show, he chatted with two of those interns.
Welcome to you two. What are your names, please, sir? Chad Lopez and
Mackenzie Raftery.
Mackenzie Raftery. Welcome to you both. Chad Lopez?
Yeah.
Wait, did you say Chad Lopez?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the GM of the station, the president of the media group is named Chad Lopez?
That's my dad.
I had no idea. Oh my God, you never know. You never know. Can I get anything for you, sir? He's a very important guy. Well, it's cool because I can treat you kind of normally, right?
Yep.
Tell your dad.
One of the biggest bonds we have for convention.
I had no idea. All right, and it's Mackenzie?
Yes.
Do you have any powerful relatives among us?
My uncle works here.
Who's that? John Gaston?
And the mother of all bombs can be dropped by C-130.
It's another big shot.
And they have smaller variant that can be dropped by B-52.
The tables have turned. You guys are running this segment.
B-52.
Greg, his shock having worn off, learned more about the pair.
Welcome again.
I'm looking it up right now, actually. So GBU-43 can be dropped by a C-130. B-52, the B-2, or the B-1 bomber. Of course, the Moab is not a penetrator weapon. So, very unlikely that they're probably going to drop the Moab. So, if they're going to drop anything over Iran, it's probably going to be the bunker buster, the GBU-57. That's the 30,000 pound bomb. Because that one is made to penetrate the ground. So the mother of all bombs is not a ground penetrator. It's more of a massive air blast. Okay, you can see it right there when I type down. MOP means massive ordnance penetrator. So that is designed to go through the underground and then it explode. So the mother of all bomb is not a penetrator. It's just a big blast.
And that comes from President Donald Trump, who took out Soleimani, had the courage to do that. So boy, oh boy.
And of course, that's another thing. Anytime they point, we just lost the top general in Iranian, whatever, guess what happened? He got killed. Then they had to point to somebody else, and he got killed. It's like they're losing all their generals. That's frightening. You think about it.
He understands the risk of Iran getting a nuclear weapon.
Like I said, this is the result of 4 years of thumbing your nose at the world, especially the United States and Israel and the Middle East. I don't feel sorry for them because they had this coming to them.
That Iran was close.
They had this coming to them.
You know what? I don't care what she says.
And I have people gonna say, well, Russia. No, Russia's busy with their own war. Russia's not gonna help them. China's not gonna get involved. So you want to talk about geopolitics? It's not gonna happen. Right now, it's you can scream whatever you want, but they did this to themselves. So there you go.
Honestly, I think President Trump needs to drop that Moab on that Fardo Mountain. And if the leadership of Iran thinks for one split second that they are going to unleash anything on U.S. soil or against our military, if they have a death wish, President Trump is the right one to grant it to them.
Yeah, no, you're right. Because he also put out today one of his tweets, Jacqueline, said, unconditional surrender. And he also said, if you touch any American anywhere in the world, you essentially will be rubble. And you know what? He means it.
Greg Kelly here for Colonial Metals Group, China's leading the largest anti-American alliance since World War II, one that's already dumped U.S. bonds, grabbed 43 million acres of our farmland, and is plotting to dethrone the dollar. That's why IRA and 401k savers are protecting their savings with gold. Go to freegoldguide.com/Kelly or call 800-655-5186 for your free gold guide on how to protect your wealth with gold 100% tax-free.
There you go. Fun fact.
1877 cars for kids.
Yes, I just looked it up. Yes, I knew that already, but I looked it up anyway, so I put it there. So in terms of the bunker buster 30,000 pound bomb, that can only be dropped by the B-2 Spirit. That's it. There's no other aircraft in the world that can drop that bomb. So it's probably going to come from here, from the United States. Usually the B-2 comes from United States. They fly all the way out there, drop the bomb. Of course, they probably get refueled. I think it's a 19-hour flight. I know when they were going over Iraq, I think they flew like 19 hours straight, dropped their bomb, 19 hours back, I believe. Of course, they get mid-air refueling. Most likely. So if it's gonna happen, it's gonna be a USA bomber that's gonna drop that bomb. It's not gonna be an Israeli bomber. That's what I'm saying. That this escalated now. You know. This is now. Step up. I know, and I know you're gonna say, well, he's not gonna go to war. This is not war. He just, this is just an operation, bombing operation that's gonna happen. It probably is gonna happen. When the State Department tells you, put out a bulletin, don't travel to Iran. You should not be in Iran. That means something's gonna happen. They're gonna drop a few of them. You don't want to be around when that bomb hits.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic
So,
or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI.
And of course, they don't fly alone. They're going to be escorted. Usually, when those bombers fly, they don't fly by themselves. They usually fly escorted. So, and they're his secondary targets. As you have your primary targets and you have your secondary targets. And secondary targets are going to be anything that might shoot down as bombers. They got to take them out first. That's what they call secondary target. Anything that's still standing, any surface to air missile, mobile surface to air missile, because I think they're probably all mobile now. Mobile surface to air missile, anything like that. So they're probably going to take those out. And then they'll fly over with the B-2 and boom, take care of business. Of course, there'll be satellites taking photographs before and after. And then they'll do an assessment. So there you go. Like I said, this is the culmination of the last 4 years. Remember, the Houthis pretty much surrendered about a month ago. They had enough of. Trump was bombing the hell out of them since he got sworn in. So they finally said, "Okay, we had enough. We had enough." Of course, they still threw a couple of rockets at Israel, but they said, "No, we had enough." And every other thing is decimated. Hezbollah is decimated. Hamas is decimated. So this is the result of all that. Now you have to go after the people that funded it, and it's Iran, the country that funded all that. It's Iran. And like Trump said, he gave them 60 days to make a deal. And on day 61, Israel started handling their business. So now, they're just being defiant. And they're being defiant. Actually, they're about to commit suicide. Because basically there's an ultimatum. If you're gonna keep saying if you're gonna keep trying to build this atomic or nuclear weapon program, we're gonna destroy it, and we're gonna destroy you in the process. So they don't have a choice. In other words, if you want your infrastructure if you want your country to exist as the way it is right now, you need to stop with this. Because clearly, this country cannot have nuclear weapons. They just can't. They can't be trusted. They can't be trusted. Of course, make it. They made it clear they want to destroy us. They want to destroy Israel. So when you When you rattle that saber for so long, this is the wrong president to do it to. So everything is coming to fruition now. Everything is coming to fruition. This is you know, I hate to say it, but it's payback. Remember, this is the same country that funded all this terrorism stuff that happened. I remember back in 1981, the U.S. Marines in Beirut, the barracks. This is all, you know, culmination of that. I know people don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. It's a culmination of all that. So now is the time to finish them off. It's not gonna take a. It's not gonna take you know. It's not gonna be like Iraq where we put boots on the ground and go in there. No, we don't. We don't need to do that. Just with the air campaign itself, we could achieve a lot, including, you know, getting rid of their leadership. There you go.
Of any American. Take a listen.
It's very simple. You don't have to go too deep into it. You just can't have it.
What are you thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people. That's always possible. Something like this would happen. I just want people to be safe. Is there anything concerned about U.S. troops?
Hey guys, sorry.
Great people that know how to protect themselves. And when you say better, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard that the bloods are on so beautiful. I think they know that intelligence.
Wow, wow, wow. What could be ahead? And clearly, security is beefed up around the United States. Also, of course, at U.S. military bases and facilities around the globe, especially those that are very close to Iran. And there are a lot of U.S. troops, as I mentioned. Al Udeid Air Force Base is that enormous U.S. Air Force base there in Qatar, and that is not far at all from Iran. And joining us now to talk about all of this is the great retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Holt, former C-17 combat commander, and also former U.S. Deputy Military Representative to NATO. General Holt, we love having you on. We were talking with you a couple of hours ago on Katz and Cosby, and there's been a lot of developments. This new report coming out that Iran is preparing some sort of either preemptive or, quote, reactionary, retaliatory strike, if you will, against U.S. forces. I mean, they've been hitting U.S. forces for years. We can get into some of the history, clearly, with the U.S. Marine barracks and other things, but that they may be planning something specifically now. What are your thoughts on that? What are you hearing?
So I think there's a lot of bluster and statements coming out of Iran right now that are aimed at showing their own population that is at the very ragged edge of potential revolt and revolution, that they're still in control, that they still have the strength to threaten the United States and Israel. And while that still remains true to some extent, their weakness is rising. And we're going to hear statements like this, but I mean, thinking about it militarily, nothing could be dumber. I mean, they threw 3 missiles at our people yesterday in Syria. So it's not that they won't do that, but they understand fully well that we're so close to having our own forces levy combat strength against them. And they already know that they're facing Israel. So I think we're on the wind down for this regime. The Ayatollah has transferred power to his top general, who's been a general for about 8 minutes, because the promotion rates are now very high. Yeah, right. They're losing people left and right. And
Blaine, do me a favor. Tell me about that transfer of power. Is that something new, or is that, and why is he doing that?
It's a few hours old. The Ayatollah has gone to bunker with his family, and he has put all control of the war into the top IRGC commander now, who hasn't been a commander very long because they're all brand new. They're being killed left and right. So we have a regime that's obviously in between a rock and a hard place. They've got their own revolt potentially to deal with, which is what we would like to see. But no one should make a mistake that President Trump is bluffing on anything. We're seeing activity at Whiteman Air Force Base. Potentially 2 B-2s have taken
White
off
man, that's where they come from.
Heading out towards the theater. We're going to confirm that.
White man.
But nobody should.
That's what a B-2 is.
Trump
they fly
a bluff guy in this equation, and then at the same time, Israel's having tremendous success. The missile attacks have gone down. Fordo does not need a B-2 strike on it to make it neutral or not even a part of the war.
So what does it need? What does it need, Blaine? Because, and I brought this up earlier, I found this fascinating. There was the former Israeli intelligence chief, and he seems to still be very piped in. I was watching him, and he said, we would love to have the bunker buster bomb if we could, but if not, let's not forget how ingenious Israel is, how great the intel is, and remember the pagers. Not saying it's going to be a pager, but just how creative that was. In other words, they may have other means. Do you believe that too?
Oh, I can confirm to you they absolutely do have other means. And I know that there's other methodologies for getting at that particular military target. I just don't see that target is high on the priority list because there's nothing that target can do. It's locked up. It's a bunker. There's research, potential nuclear testing, and a weapon down there, but it can't get out. It can't be launched at anything. So no, I think the Israelis have that well under control. I'm not sure it needs a B-2 show of force on it. But the Israelis, my understanding is in the next 48 hours, we're going to see some new capabilities that the Israelis have that we haven't seen before. And I think President Trump's instincts to keep us in a combat support or enabling mode is so intelligent because eventually this regime is going away. And when it goes away, the free Iranian people are going to need our help, and they want to rejoin the world community. Our fight's not with the Iranian people, and Benjamin Netanyahu said that himself. The fight is with the mullahs and the IRGC, who have been the world's sponsor of terrorism, and I think it's their final chapter, quite frankly.
So how much of a final chapter, I guess, how, on the horizon is it? Because clearly they're blustering. Earlier, that breaking news came in when we had you on, Blaine, and I thought that was really powerful, that statement that came from Iran, and I want to read it again, from state TV, which of course is, Iranian leadership. Tonight, a great surprise will occur, one that the world will remember for centuries. All right, so it's getting to be daybreak there because of the time difference. Where is it? And what do you think they meant? I guess the question is, was that rhetoric? Is something coming soon? Was that a fake, like, okay, it's not coming tonight, something's going to come tomorrow? What do you think? If you do that and you don't deliver on anything, you also look foolish to your people, too.
Right, but let's remember this. The internet is now down and off in Iran, and people are having a hard time getting information there. The other part is there's 2 tracks of information. That particular message was meant for the Iranian people to stay. We're still in control. We've got a lot of fight left in us, and there'll be hell to pay for all these people. On the other side, you're absolutely right. The sun is coming up. Everybody's fine. Israel's just fine, ready to go after another day of war. And this is how we see these types of totalitarian dictatorships fall into the abyss. And they're going to fall under their own weight now. And they're living on propaganda. And that's the final stage of the game. Now, I'm going to flip the script here. This is what makes them very dangerous. What do they have weapons-wise that they bought on the black market? What do they have in our country here with cells that could be used as they get into the final corner? And do they pull a survival move? We don't know. We have to treat them like they are absolutely as dangerous as they were a week ago until this is done. You don't just suddenly go, man, I'm winning the gunfight, but the gunfight's still going on. You have to see it through. But I think that for the United States, President Trump so far has threaded the needle marvelously well. And so far, we're in a combat enabling role, and I think if we can, that's where we should stay.
Yeah, no, and listen, I agree. I think President Trump has handled it masterfully. I mean, really, and responsibly. Let me just, it's important to talk about, because when you see a message like that, what could they get on the black market? What could they get that either they don't have or enhances what they have?
So what they were always striving to do is build a nuclear weapon that they could organically produce themselves, meaning we don't need the world. We can do this all by ourselves right here. And now we're a nuclear state, and now we're going to be the regional hegemon, and we'll be telling the region what's going to happen here. None of that's going to happen. But what they could have done, and I'm not suggesting that I know that they've done this, but what they could have done is they could have gone to rogue states like Pakistan and North Korea and smuggled an operable weapon, whether it's a dirty nuke, a suitcase nuke, or something along those lines. And then could they have held on to that in case the regime got itself into the position it finds itself in right now? We don't know, but I know that the world's finest intelligence officers and sensors and technologies are working on that, not just overseas, but here at home. We have assets that the U.S. Air Force has that are flying over our country. We've got sub-hunters that are over the Atlantic Ocean right now. We're doing everything we can to make sure that there's not going to be one final last act of desperation.
Yeah, and that's the problem. When you have a desperate regime, it very well could be desperate measures, Brigadier General Blaine Holt. That's why, and somebody with an evil history, they've gone after America, maybe wanting to go out in a blaze of glory. A lot of these people would love to go see Allah and the 31 Virgins. Yeah. I have another question for you, Blaine. This is interesting because it's already out there, so I'm not talking out of school, that the White House tomorrow, apparently President Trump is meeting, he's having lunch with the Chief of Army Staff of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I think not a lot of people are raising their eyebrows. I raised my eyebrows when I saw that. I thought it was interesting. Why is the President of the United States meeting with them right now? Pakistan is a nuclear country, obviously in that neighborhood too. Am I reading something into it maybe that needs to be there?
I think one of the things I love about President Trump the most is his unconventional methods in diplomacy, and that he will literally talk to anybody. So 4 days ago, Pakistan threatened a nuclear strike of their own on Israel if they did anything that they viewed that was going to be nuclear against Iran. We also saw Pakistan go after India. We saw, and we know this is all Chinese fomented. So I think that President Trump is going to sit with him, this gentleman, this officer, and he's going to kind of lay down where we sit in the world and why the United States is also very important to Pakistan's future, and that their future can be decided in a multitude of ways. And wow, our president is not avoiding these meetings. He's getting after them, seeking them out, and he is leading. And this is where America needs to be, quite frankly, in a very dangerous pre-World War III environment. Our president and America with the most power out front, being responsible. And that's what we all want to see. And it's beautiful.
Yeah, it is amazing that he will meet with anybody. He'll pick up the phone with Putin. So far, we haven't really seen Putin's involvement too much in anything.
He's been very helpful.
Yeah, very I was going to say, maybe that conversation yielded a lot more than we know. I mean, it really is quite incredible. What do you think the next few hours, next few days are going to look like? We just have about a minute left here, Brigadier General Blaine Holt.
So the next 24 hours, I think, are the most dangerous in this entire altercation. Do the Iranians have something that we don't know about that's about to be unleashed? We're going to find that out. And then what we're going to start to see is a lot of disarray and chaos on the streets of Tehran and other parts of Iran, with the populace rising up. And then we've got to make some very careful strategic decisions about how do we help them? How do we get there? We certainly don't want to do what we did in Iraq, but we also need to help a burgeoning young freedom-seeking people that is striving for freedom and wants to be a part of the world community. We need to be there for them.
Yeah, 100%. They are waiting. And you said earlier they were burning a number of things, right, in the streets of Tehran. That's interesting. Tell us real quick on that.
Yeah, so they're dumping gasoline all over billboards that carry Ayatollah messages with his big fat face on the billboard, and they're lighting them up in flames. And guess what? The police aren't arresting anybody. They don't want any part of it.
That's amazing. That in and of itself, in a regime where the Ayatollah rules with an iron fist, the fact that they're doing that and nobody is not even arresting them, not beheading them, not going after their families.
Hiding in a bunker.
That is an extraordinary statement, and that's why this is such a pivotal moment for the world also to act too. In many ways. Wow. Brigadier General Blaine Holt, we love you. Thank you for being with us. And I'm sure we're going to talk a lot probably in the next few days. Thank you so much, Blaine.
Thanks so much, Rita.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
GPS guided bomb with his name on it.
Thank you.
Of course, you're going to be hiding in a bunker now.
When we come back, 1-800-848-9222.
Better believe that.
To the Rita Cosby Show on a very busy news night.
It's the Rita Cosby Show.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Greg Kelly here for Colonial Metals Group, China's leading the largest anti-American alliance since World War II, one that's already dumped U.S. bonds, grabbed 43 million acres of our farmland, and is plotting to dethrone the dollar. That's why IRA and 401k savers are protecting their savings with gold. Go to freegoldguide.com/Kelly or call 800-655-5186 for your free gold guide on how to protect your wealth with gold 100% tax-free.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building bridges that which unites us.
Yeah, also, I'm going to be doing that updated video on the precious metals. I was supposed to do it last week, but my voice was not good. My voice is a lot better now. I almost recovered. I'm probably 90% recovered my voice. So I will be doing the video probably by the weekend. I should have it up on the precious metal update. I will have a video on that. Gotta shoot the video, gotta probably edit, and then that'll be the video for that, for the precious metal update. I did buy some other precious metals. I wanted to unbox it. So I'm going to show you what I bought. This is basically, this is kind of a continuation of the previous video on buying precious metals with very little amount, or how to get into precious metals with very little money. I think it's more important than ever to get into precious metals. Kind of crypto is great. Yeah, we love crypto. Of course, you have other conventional investments, but also I really strongly, even if it's a small percentage of your portfolio, you should get into precious metals. And build it up slowly. I mean, not all of us can afford just buy an ounce of gold, especially at the price they are now. You start small. And also diversify in precious metals. Not only buy gold, get silver. Not only buy silver, you can also buy, copper. That's another commodity, another metal. Also, palladium, platinum, You know, build a portfolio, and this is stuff for not only not I know a prepper thing. It's not a prepping thing. It's you should have something like that in case SHTF, the shit hit the fan, scenario. Especially with times like this, you never know. You never know, and a massive power outage can happen. Meaning that whether it's intentional or unintentional, you should always have not only cash, but you should have other materials that you can barter. And by the way, some of the precious metal I'm going to show you is actually legal tender in a couple of states. What I mean by legal tender is you can use it right now as money in a couple of states. Okay? So that's what I mean by legal tender. Okay? That means that, you can use some of those precious metal and just, you know, use it as legal tender. Like, for example, even in crypto, Bitcoin is legal tender in El Salvador, for example, right? He made it legal tender. That means you can buy anything with Bitcoin. Over here in the United States, it is not legal tender. You can buy stuff with Bitcoin, but in terms of legal tender, no, not yet. And of course, I heard today on the radio that we're talking about the state of Wyoming. I believe is going to be the first state that's going to come out with a stable coin in Wyoming. And actually, the guy that was talking about that, he's actually looking into, he's a billionaire. He's actually looking into buying TikTok. So I believe they made an offer to buy TikTok. I think it's about 47 billion offer to buy TikTok. Of course, the deadline for TikTok is rapidly coming, the second deadline for TikTok, I'm sorry, is rapidly approaching. So I believe that he already spoke to this billionaire. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I think Trump is going to extend the deadline again. And that'll give them time to work out the deal. To be owned by an American, and I believe it's about $47 billion. I think it's a $22 billion cash offer or something like that. Of course, they spoke to him about that too. Can they replicate the algorithm for TikTok? It's probably impossible to replicate the exact algorithm for TikTok. I'm sure somebody can come up with a similar TikTok, but the exact algorithm of TikTok is actually, a secret, the state secret. If one of us had the algorithm for TikTok, we'd be, we'll start our own. So I believe that that's the offer on the table right now. So, it's going to be sooner than later that that's going to happen. Because if TikTok does get banned, that's the end of TikTok. If they get banned in the United States, the biggest, I won't say the biggest user group, but the ones that buy stuff on TikTok is probably United States. They're probably the biggest consumers in terms of TikTok products, like TikTok store, anything that's sold on TikTok, advertising or anything like that. So if TikTok is banned in the United States, TikTok is dead. It's dead. It'll be dead. And the rest of the world will not make up for what revenue they're going to lose if they don't have the American market. So it's an incumbent upon them to make a deal with the United States and, have the U.S. market. And, so there you go. All right.
Said Congress must follow the Constitution. I'm Michael Kastner.
The U.S. is warning Americans about going to the Middle East not to travel to Israel or Iraq and not to travel to Iran under any circumstances. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce said the Israel-Iran conflict is a rapidly evolving situation. The State Department has set up a task force to help U.S. citizens in the Middle East stay informed. Former New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez begins paying the piper today for taking bribes. Noam Layden has more.
The former senator arrived at a prison in Pennsylvania this morning to begin his 11-year sentence for taking bribes while in office. It's hard to find anyone in New Jersey who'll feel sorry for him.
It's about time.
11 years.
I'm from New Jersey, so it's a horror show what he's done, and he's denied it, and then he throws his wife underneath the bus. You know, it's amazing, but well deserved.
Menendez's wife, who was found guilty of taking bribes too, she'll be sentenced come September. Noam Layden, WABC News.
Lawyers for accused Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann are trying to get DNA evidence thrown out at an evidence hearing today. Prosecutors say it links him to a series of murders. His attorneys say the evidence shouldn't be used during trial because the collection method has not been used in prior criminal trials in New York. Heuermann has pleaded not guilty to charges accusing him of murdering 7 women dating back decades. Police say students attending South River High School in Middlesex County, New Jersey, are being fined $150 and ordered to 5 hours of community service after a senior prank.
We understand these events have caused unnecessary disruption and inconvenience. Why are we being treated as if we are juvenile delinquents?
Last week, dozens of students entered the school after hours and defaced school property, which amounts to criminal trespassing and vandalism. That included moving furniture to block hallways and doors and throwing toilet paper everywhere. My Pillow founder and CEO Mike Lindell is not sleeping like a baby. He's been found liable for defamation and must pay millions in damages. Mark Mayfield reports.
That's a ruling from a federal jury after Lindell claimed Dominion voting systems and an executive rigged the 2020 presidential election. The jury ruled that Lindell and his media company Frank Speech must pay Eric Coomer more than $2 million in damages. Coomer had sued Lindell, saying the MyPillow CEO called him treasonous. Jurors found Lindell liable for 3 statements, saying the company acted recklessly and inflicted emotional distress on Coomer. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Port Authority says travelers using JFK Airport this summer should anticipate heavy traffic and congestion. PA Executive Director Rick Cotton is expecting 18.3 million passengers to use the airport this summer amid the airport's rebuilding transformation.
We are building a new JFK that will be top quality, world class.
Drivers should use mass transit and the JFK Air train to get to the airport, plus allow extra travel time because of new traffic patterns, 5,000 fewer parking spots, and the loss of remote pickup lots. Be prepared for major delays down the shore in Belmar, New Jersey this summer. Another mechanical failure has hit the Shark River drawbridge over Route 71, leaving it in the open position to allow marine traffic through. Last summer, a similar problem happened, and that took 2 months to resolve. Traffic is now detoured to Route 35. In sports, the first batch of ballots for this year's MLB All-Star Game have been released. Yankees outfielder Aaron Judge is leading all players with over 1.5 million votes from fans. The All-Star Game will be played on July 15th at Truist Field in Atlanta. Your forecast for tonight: cloudy skies, humid with a thunderstorm in parts of our area, a low of 65 degrees. Tomorrow's outlook is partly to mostly cloudy with a few scattered thunderstorms, the high though near 80. And Thursday's outlook is hazy, hot, humid. It'll be a lot warmer with a mix of clouds and sun, a gusty thunderstorm by afternoon with a high of 89. We have mostly cloudy skies outside of our Midtown studios right now. Stocks closed lower today. The Dow lost 299 points to 42,215. I'm Lisa Ritchie. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Feisty, fearless, and fair. She's an Emmy-winning journalist from the White House to war zones, telling all sides of the story. This is the Rita Cosby Show. Breaking news.
And tonight on the Rita Cosby Show, all eyes on the Middle East. President Trump saying he is looking for, quote, a real end to the Israel-Iran conflict. Not something fly by night, not something that will have to come back months or years from now. He also says, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target. He's safe there. We're not going to take him out, kill, at least for now. That's a pretty strong statement to make. And here just a little bit ago is a former Israeli Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, saying that America is clearly in Israel's corner and understands what's on the line.
They were supporting Hezbollah when they hit the American Marines 40 years ago. So these guys are not your friends. You need to act against them and to make sure that the Middle East is clean from these terrorists.
You're calling on the Trump administration to get involved in the war.
I am sure that President Trump will have shown time and again that he is a great leader and he is courageous and bold to take decisions. He will identify the situation. I believe that America didn't bring bombers B-2 and B-52 to Diego Garcia only for presentation. They are there. They are willing and they are able to do what is needed.
Very powerful message. And we know that many U.S. military strikers are in position, also USS carrier groups, and the State Department sending a clear message to Iran. We didn't start this, but also signaling they may play a role in finishing it, and that may come soon. That's why everybody's on edge. Also, as I talked about, Iran making some serious threats too. So what could they potentially do? You heard in the last hour, we talked to Brigadier General Holt, and he was saying he's very worried about what happened during a wide open southern border under Biden and a dirty bomb. There could be something that they could try to do even in the United States or on a U.S. military facility somewhere overseas. There's a lot of them. And here is the debate that's sort of happening also on Capitol Hill. And it's not just Republicans versus Democrats, Republicans siding with President Trump and Democrats. There's really a mixed bag here. It's interesting because there are a number of Democrats who are saying this is an important move to finish it once and for all against Iran and that the U.S. should play a role. There are also Republicans who are saying absolutely go in. And then there are Republicans who are nervous about doing that too. But here's Senator Lindsey Graham, and he says that President Trump must act now and he must act for history. Take a listen.
Well, Senator, you do have opposition within your own party to all of this. Marjorie Taylor Greene posting this on X on Sunday.
You could put them in a phone booth. You could put them in a phone booth. Those Republicans who are opposed to supporting Israel against Iran, you could literally put in a phone book. I like Marjorie, but to be honest with you, she doesn't understand the threat, in my view. If you don't understand that Iran, a religious theocracy, religious Nazis, would use a nuclear weapon to kill all the Jews, you don't listen to what they say. They're a threat to us. They're a threat to the state of Israel. It is not in the world's interest to give this religious fanatic a nuclear weapon.
And here is Chris Murphy. This is cut 19. And Chris Murphy, he is the senator, Democratic senator from Connecticut, and he has a different take. And he's also saying, President Trump, you are not allowed to unilaterally just make some decision. Obviously, he's not just doing it unilaterally. He's talking to all of his national security advisors and many others. For sure, obviously, he's talking to Netanyahu. We just heard a little bit ago that they had a phone conversation a few hours ago. But Senator Chris Murphy is saying this has to go through Congress. Listen to this.
Anyone who is cheerleading the United States into a war with Iran has very quickly forgotten the disasters of the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War, where there were early tactical successes, but it became a quagmire that ultimately got thousands of Americans killed, created new insurgencies against U.S. interests and against our allies in the region. So I do not think there's support in this country for the United States to go to war again in the Middle East. And I would remind the president that he can't take any offensive action against Iran without coming to Congress first. He has no leeway here. The Constitution requires him to get an authorization of military force from Congress. I don't think that he'll get that authorization from this Congress because there is opposition on both the Republican and Democratic side to the United States getting dragged into another potentially disastrous conflict in the Middle East.
And nobody certainly wants that. So that's that balancing act. 1-800-848-9222. Is this a moment in history that will not only define President Trump, it will define the course of the Middle East and potentially the free world? Let's go to Joaquin in Pennsylvania. The stakes could not be higher. Joaquin, what do you think he needs to do?
Rita, again, I like to say I'm just an ordinary guy, but as far as I'm concerned, I think that now is the time that this has to be done. And, we need to think back to the first time when the Iranian people went to rise up under the Obama administration. He let them down, and those people suffered horribly, And then in Trump administration number one, Donald Trump really degraded Iran to such a point, that they would have been easy to overthrow. And then Biden came in and he reconstituted Iran again, And both those administrations, between the weapons, the palace of cash from Obama, and Biden freeing up all their money and taking off all the sanctions on them and making them rich
like
again.
I said earlier,
the American people have to wake up and see what has happened. And under Trump now, we have the opportunity to do this if you consider the fact that Russia's preoccupied with Ukraine. And then if you think about the reports I don't know this, for a fact, but from what I hear, China is actually, their economy is not doing good, so they might not really be in a position to do anything. And then, if Pakistan was brought up before, Pakistan, the truth of the matter is an Islamic, theocratic country also, so I think that now is definitely the time to act. And this is not only just for the sake of Israel and for us, but actually for the Iranian people themselves.
Yeah, that's a great point. And look, they seem ready to rise up, Joaquin. They've been waiting for this moment for years upon years. What I thought was really powerful, Joaquin, what did you make of the fact General Holt said something really interesting, and that's why I had him repeat it, where he said that they are pouring gasoline on billboards of the Ayatollah, which is the supreme leader, and that they're burning it. Like burning it in effigy, like we hate him, death to and that's in Iran by the Iranians. And he said that he's hearing that police are just walking by. They're not arresting people. They're not doing anything to them. That's extraordinary, Joaquin. That says, first of all, that the police maybe see the beginning of the end, and also, or agree with the protesters, or they got too many other bigger things to worry about suddenly. But that would never normally happen. Normally, those people would be beheaded and their families for something like that, right, Joaquin? Isn't that kind of telling, don't you think?
Oh, without a doubt. And again, that brings you back to what happened under Obama when they were ready to rise up, and then afterwards the Iranians came down. Those people are looking to us right now. I don't think that they would really have the courage to do this if they did not think that we were on the verge of getting involved in this and actually, bringing that government down completely.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It is a moment, Joaquin, and I think this moment in history should not be missed because the ramifications are just too great, not just obviously for Iran, but more importantly for us, for America, for the world, for Israel. There are so many layers here. Joaquin, well said, my friend. Keep us posted to what you think because, boy, developments are happening fast and furious. Let's go to Kevin in Charlotte. Go ahead, Kevin, your thoughts.
You know, Rita, it's really laughable that Obama didn't back the Iranian people in 2009 because he didn't think they were strong enough. He wanted
it's actually not laughable. It's a fact. But go ahead, Kevin.
Back in 2009, he wanted the mullahs to be strong so he could come up with his agreement with the United States that would actually leave Iran under the mullahs stronger than ever, okay? It's not because he was trying to do the right thing. Actually, it was cowardice on his part.
Oh, that's an interesting point. No, I hear what you're saying. I think, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, Kevin, because he said that he didn't think that they could. That's what he publicly said. And by the way, it's heartbreaking to hear that, but there are other people who agree with the president. At that time, the resistance was not strong enough. And to your point, the mullahs were extremely strong. Clearly, I agree with you in part because of Obama, because of the pallets of cash and lifting the sanctions. But when you lead protesters to flail, it automatically emboldens the regime too. So I hear what you're saying. So let me ask you, how much do you blame? Hey, I don't want to relive history, but how much do you blame that moment? And also, I think the pallets of cash in the middle of the night from Barack Obama, which by the way were paid, it was U.S. dollars, but they came, I think it was in euros on purpose. And remember, it wasn't like he told America he was doing it. It was discovered that this a massive amount of money came in the middle of the night.
Yeah, Obama was a scumbag.
But that sort of appeasement policy or beefing up, as you say, either way, was disastrous. Because look where we are right now, Kevin.
Scumbag Obama.
That was a huge moment. That was a moment that could have changed everything. He wanted to come up with his own agreement with Iran that would have left Iran stronger than ever. I know it sounds crazy.
No, it doesn't. Why do you think it is? And I agree with you because he seemed to have a proclivity toward Iran more than America sometimes.
He did. And it's just like I always felt his ideal job would have been president of Cuba more than president of the United States. I honestly believe that. That is something with his upbringing and background that would have been ideal for him to be the president of Cuba one day because he really did not believe in the United States and what we were trying to attain.
Yeah, and what a sad testament that is because at the moment, he was the president. Yeah.
Lower than ever now.
You know what I think about, Kevin, as we're talking about Obama? Can you imagine if at this moment, as we're talking about the seriousness of what, President Trump is trying to decide what to do and what not to do, I cannot imagine if Joe Biden or Barack Obama was in control right now. That's why we have to be lucky that we have a very strong leader who has clarity and purpose. But great points, Kevin. Really great points. You got to call back again. I love Charlotte. Thank you very much. Let's go to Larry in Brooklyn on line one. Go ahead, Larry. Your thoughts.
Yeah, I don't really understand what President Trump has to do. All he has to do is not restrain Israel, and Israel, it will destroy Iran. They're doing it already. So they've destroyed most of the nuclear capability, even above ground. The centrifuges are all destroyed or so damaged that they can't work. So what's the issue about Trump? All he has to do is not hold back Israel. If he holds back Israel,
which I don't think he is. Do you? I mean, I agree with you. I think he's giving the green light full-heartedly to Netanyahu. The question is this facility, and there's mixed responses about it. This one, the Fordo facility, this is this underground one, where it is their sort of backup to the main nuclear facility, Larry. There's a main one that's called Natanz. That one seems to have been very damaged. It's an above ground facility. The one that's below ground, that's sort of their backup, where they are storing clearly nuclear enrichment, maybe even a bomb. We don't know at this point. But that is clearly their main security site, if you will. It is 300 feet below ground into a mountain range. So that's why it's an extraordinarily difficult, which is why they picked that area, obviously. But there's two things. There's one that people are saying you got to use the U.S. sort of bunker buster. They're the only ones that have that ability to go that deep or near that location. Maybe use two of them to hit at it. Or then there are reports tonight too, Larry, that look, Israel was very creative with the pagers. Maybe they have some other creative way to get there, even if it's not through a bunker buster bomb that comes from the U.S. What do you think?
All right, this is what I think. Okay, President Trump. It's not. This is like not the moment in history. He's got a choice. He has to choose one of two options. Number one, he can let Israel run this regime out of town and not use the bunker busters. And with a new regime, they'll be able to make a deal. Or he can give them the bunker busters and use it. He's got to choose one of the two.
And what do you think? And what do you think he will do? I think it's a difficult. You make it sound like he's ordering ice cream. I mean, this is a big, serious choice.
I think Trump is yellow in this. I think he's afraid for the world to see him give Israel bunker busting bombs. And I think he's going to do nothing.
Okay, two things, Larry. First of all, I don't think yellow is a way to describe Trump. I would say neon yellow is Biden, right? I would say the sun and the little smiley happy face is Obama. And I wouldn't use the word yellow. Do me a favor, Larry. Stick with us. We're going to go to a break. We got a hard break, but stick with us. And you can think about maybe another color in the commercial break. 1-800-848-9222. We'll continue on the Rita Cosby Show after the break.
You're listening to the Rita Cosby Show.
Many dedicated first responders and service members like Austin Reese have paid a high price for the safety and freedom we enjoy. Austin served 3 deployments in Iraq, spending 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit. He learned to skydive on the job and became a military free-fall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin hit the ground at 65 miles an hour. In that moment, his life changed forever. Austin broke his pelvis, ankle, and he suffered a spinal cord injury that left him paralyzed. Thanks to the generosity of friends like you, Tunnel to Towers gave Austin a specially adapted smart home to enable him to rebuild his life after an unimaginable hardship. You helped Austin restore his dignity, independence, and hope for the future. And in doing so, you honored his service in the most meaningful way. Help heroes like Austin. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Hello, folks. Larry Kudlow here. Pay attention, because China is leading the largest anti-American alliance since World War II. One that's already dumped U.S. bonds, grabbed 43 million acres of our farmland, and is plotting to dethrone the dollar. That's why IRA and 401k savers are protecting their savings with gold. Please go to freegoldguide.com/Kudlow or just call 800-621-3908 for your free gold guide on how to protect your wealth with gold 100% tax-free.
Sid Rosenberg here with big news. I'm going to Cyprus, beautiful Cyprus, on June 22nd with my beautiful wife Danielle to celebrate our 33rd wedding anniversary. We're going to the Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort, beachside luxury, incredible restaurants, a world-class spa, even a nightclub, plus private fishing trips and private yacht excursions. Visit Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort, where dreams meet reality. Visit capstgeorges.com.
This is the Rita Cosby Show on 77 WABC. John Solomon, investigative journalist and founder of Just the News, joined us on Katz and Cosby earlier and revealed an alleged Chinese plot to subvert the 2020 election in favor of Joe Biden through fake mail-in ballots. Here is John Solomon with those very big details.
Yeah, two-stepper. Let me get to the first step. Last night we confirmed that for the first time that the FBI in August 2020 received credible intelligence from an informant in China that the Chinese government was creating tens of thousands of fake U.S. driver's licenses and sending them to their citizens on U.S. shores, both here legally and illegally, in hopes that they would register to vote as mail-in voters.
And
with
mail-in ballots. The 20,000 young soldiers that were coming across the border?
Well, this is in 2020 before the open border, when Donald Trump is still there. But they wanted these people to vote in the election in favor of Joe Biden, according to the informant. The information was deemed solid enough to distribute to the entire intelligence community, all the major spy agencies, including the CIA and the Homeland Security Department and others. And then a short while later, it was recalled without explanation. And this new angle, just a few minutes ago, corroborated, because we just got a copy of the documents. The FBI actually asked the spy agencies to destroy the memo they had just sent them. Get rid of it, delete it, take it out of your system. Don't let anyone see it. Very odd. And according to Kash Patel, it was never further investigated, even though there was not only deemed credible from the source, they had corroborating evidence. A fellow federal agency, U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency, had in fact intercepted 20,000 of those fake driver's licenses coming in from China and going to Midwest state, battleground states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, places like that, Pennsylvania. So they knew actually the licenses actually existed, were being sent in. The FBI turned a blind eye, never further investigated. Right now, Kash Patel is promising the American public as the new FBI director, he's going to get to the bottom of this, and the Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman, Chuck Grassley, who got the documents last night, is demanding that every person involved in the decision to recall this memo, not to investigate it, be identified and their reasons for doing what they did made public. Was this an effort to obstruct a lawful intelligence community investigation? Did someone try to stop the intelligence community from finding something? If so, it's still within the statute of limitations for a few more months to August of 2025. So you could potentially have obstruction or conspiracy to obstruct an ongoing investigation.
And everybody keep listening to much more ahead right here on The Rita Cosby Show on 77 WABC.
This is The Rita Cosby Show.
So let's go back with Larry, 1-800-848-9222. Larry, you said that you thought Trump was yellow. I think he is cautious and measured. And the reason I say this, he really is into peace through strength. That really is. He'd like to avoid this. He would love for, Iran right now. I think the world would love for Iran to acquiesce. But he also has shown that he has might. I mean, it's not yellow to take out Soleimani. It's not yellow to take out ISIS. He did both of those in his first term, Larry.
Well, let me tell you why I say he's yellow. Because he reportedly nixed the plan by Israel to take out the top leadership, Khomeini. And as a result of that, Israel has had to make more bombings, and half of the population of Tehran is now running out of the country, as well as Iranians from other cities. He's causing a national crisis amongst the innocent people, amongst the innocent Iranians, and he let Israel take out Khomeini, who's worthy of death probably thousands of times over. He strung up a 20-year-old boy for defending himself, a Jewish boy he executed for self-defense. The guy is worthy of death, and all his cohorts are worthy of death.
I agree, by the way. He is a monster. But if you go after the leader right away, I think Trump is working up to it, and I think Israel's probably going to do it.
Donate now to toysfortots.org. Working year-round, delivering hope to children at Christmas time and beyond. In 2024, Toys for Tots provided over 30 million toys to nearly 13 million children in need. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. Since 1947, Toys for Tots has distributed 708 million toys to 314 million deserving children. Working year-round. Toys for Tots. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building Bridges, that which unites us. A thought-provoking new podcast series hosted by Michael Hirschman, CEO of SolaVM Group.
I'm Michael Hirschman. Join me as I tackle vital national topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field.
Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Greg Kelly here for Colonial Metals Group. They want you to ask yourself, why is China dumping U.S. bonds, grabbing prime American farmland, and rolling out its new digital currency? Look, I hate doom talk as much as you do, but it's pretty clear communist China is plotting a financial Pearl Harbor that could pull the plug on the dollar and devastate your IRA and 401k savings. But President Trump is a genius because he's letting retirement savers like you protect your life savings with gold 100% tax-free. The one inflation-proof asset that survived the fall of currencies. And when you call the trustworthy experts at Colonial Metals Group at 800-655-5186, that's 800-655-5186, or visit freegoldguide.com/Kelly, you'll receive your free 2025 gold guide on how to bulletproof your wealth with gold. Plus, stand to receive $7,500 in free silver. That's freegoldguide.com/Kelly or call 800-655-5186.
Pick up the summer fun with the New Jersey Lottery New Sure Thing Scratch Off.
Let me go over to 10 minutes, see what's going on. And then please smash the like button. I would appreciate that. See what's going on. And, oh, what the hell did I do that? Oh, Jesus, I hit the wrong band. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Band. Here we go. Oh, great. Man. Okay, let's wait on that. Okay. That's what happens when you do this stuff in the... Okay, here we go. Sorry about that.
0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Lay.com today. Now the AccuWeather 4-day forecast with meteorologist Brian Thompson. The clouds will continue to hang tough as we head through tonight. There will be a shower or two around, perhaps a rumble of thunder, and there will be some areas of fog. Low temperature around 65. The temperatures really don't drop very much overnight, and it will stay pretty muggy right on through tomorrow. A warmer day as clouds will break for some sunshine at times. There will be a heavy gusty thunderstorm around with a high near 80. An early thunderstorm around tomorrow night, otherwise warm and sticky with some clouds, low 72. And a very warm and humid Thursday with sun and clouds. Could be a strong thunderstorm in the afternoon that brings damaging winds and hail. Thursday's high 89, then less humid Friday with some sun and maybe a stray thunderstorm well north and west, a high Friday 85. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Brian Thompson on New York's weather station, 1010 winds on 92.3 FM.
Thrills never stop at Empire City Casino. You can win big with non-stop action, including electronic table games and over 4,400 of the hottest slots. Indulge in one-of-a-kind flavors at our amazing restaurants. Spin and win cash, replay, and unforgettable trips. It's your chance to drive away in a brand new car during our monthly giveaway. More play, more perks. Earn it all here with MGM Rewards, only at Empire City Casino. Ride the thrill. Must be 18 years of age or older to play New York Lottery games. Please play responsibly. Must be 21 to join MGM Rewards.
The Salvation Army urgently needs your vehicle, boat, RV, motorcycle, and truck. These donations fund rehabilitation centers where men and women who've lost everything can find hope. Trusted for over 150 years, the Salvation Army will pick up your vehicle and provide an IRS-approved receipt. Your generosity is doing the most good when donating to the Salvation Army. Call 800-SA-TRUCK or visit satruck.org. Thank you for helping. The Salvation Army is doing the most good.
Move over television, social media has caught up with you. The Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism found 54% of Americans get their news from social media. 50% turn to TV news. Lead author Nick Newman.
It is about this intimacy, it's about this connection, it's about being able to access it when and where people want it.
73% of the Americans polled say they're worried about being able to tell what is true online. That bodes well for traditional news sources.
Accuracy, reliability, issue of reporting, which feel more important than ever.
That report from Michael Wallace. Australia warmly welcoming news. It's all systems go for the AUKUS, AUKUS Defense Pact.
Last week, the Trump administration announced a review into the AUKUS submarine agreement, but now that's changed.
Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says it's all back on track.
It is in Australia, the United States and the United Kingdom's interest. There are great advantages that we have.
President Trump met with the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer on the sidelines of the G7 summit before abruptly leaving. Australia's Prime Minister says President Trump told Sir Keir he supported the deal. Correspondent Scott Mayman. AI being blamed for impending Amazon job cut.
Amazon CEO Andy Jassy says employees should expect to see layoffs at the company in the next few years. In a blog post, he writes, as Amazon rolls out more generative AI technology across the company, he expects it will reduce our total corporate workforce. Jassy didn't specify when that reduction will happen or how many jobs will be impacted. Amazon has already begun introducing generative AI technology into its e-commerce platform and its Alexa voice assistant. Mike Zabowski, ABC News for 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Time to prime the pump on those credit cards.
Amazon Prime Day will stretch to 4 days this year, twice as long as in years past. The tradition started a decade ago with the inaugural event held on July 15, 2015, to coincide with Amazon's 20th anniversary. Since then, it's expanded to include more days, more countries, and more fanfare. The news comes on the same day Amazon CEO Andy Jassy wrote in a note to employees that artificial intelligence will reduce Amazon's total corporate workforce in the next few years.
Matt Piper, Prime Day running July 8th through the 11th. Well, listen to this. Are you ready to cry at your very own funeral service?
Trying to join that trend of creating your own funeral montage? A Google search will tell you Wind Beneath My Wings is one of the most popular funeral songs. More and more young people are trying to get ready for the worst and want to put their own stamp on being remembered. They're writing their own obituaries, picking their own photos, especially those where they look hot, and designating who gets their favorite t-shirts and other possessions. 25 minutes seems to be a good length, and there are companies out there with templates for people to follow.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms vary in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Temper-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Wednesday, Sunday, 11:38, 1010 Wins Entertainment. New single from Cardi B set to drop Friday. Grammy-winning rapper announcing first solo 2025 Outside.
You got into Harvard Law?
What, like it's hard?
From fictional Harvard Law to real-life podcast, Legally Blonde's Reese Witherspoon launching a weekly podcast for her book club. Bookmarked by Reese's Book Club, cruising into an honorary Oscar.
And the Oscar goes to... Show me the money! Tom Cruise, an honorary Oscar 25 years after his first nomination. Dolly Parton, Debbie Allen, and production designer Wynn Thomas to get honorary Oscar statuettes. The Academy says the four have extraordinary careers whose commitment to filmmaking continue to leave a lasting impact. The awards will be handed out during an untelevised ceremony in November.
Matt Piper. Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, Exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-809-7989. That's 800-809-7989 today. From the cultural gem that is Chinatown to the bohemian atmosphere of Greenwich Village, we are New York's all-news station.
The News Watch never stops. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good evening. We do have fog, 63 degrees. At 11:40, I'm Mario Bosquez. Here's what's happening. Shocking arrest for controller mayoral candidate Brad Lander by ICE officers, sparking vocal protests. Bad Bunny says in Puerto Rico he personally witnesses ICE raids to his criticism. Some Long Islanders say they have to wear earplugs due to all the overhead airplane noise. Now they're making noise legally in court to fight it. Some British lawmakers voting to decriminalize abortion in England and in Wales. Sad news in the world of celebrity chefs. Chef Anne Burrell has passed away. Cloudy overnight, muggy, chance of a rumble of thunderstorms here and there. The Yankees lose, scored a streak. It's 29 innings in the fifth straight loss. Mets lose their fourth straight loss. Was USM 11:41, time for traffic and transit. Here's Kelly Dillon.
Trouble in Queens on the westbound Line E now in lower level as you approach Grand Ave. Looks like a crash that takes out 2 lanes, so bumper to bumper delays. Quickly back it up there. We're also crowded on the eastbound BQE into Northern Boulevard with overnight road work knocking out a lane. The BQE in Brooklyn at a standstill eastbound by the Williamsburg with 2 lanes of construction now, and both ways heading into Atlantic Avenue. It is still bumper to bumper. In the Bronx, the southbound is Deegan quite slow at 230th Street with construction. Here's what we see on Long Island 63 in Nassau County now. We're looking okay on the LIE, the northern and the southern states. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The outbound Holland closed in detour till 5 in the morning. Inbound left lane construction about a 10 to 15 minute wait. Outbound Lincoln delays about 10 minutes and no major backups across the George so far tonight. And I'm Dillon. Our next report at 11:51. 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM. There are no charges. Charges have been dropped. He walks out of there a free man.
Governor Kathy Hochul in the aftermath of the ICE being taken into custody of city controller mayoral candidate Brad Lander today. While avoiding federal charges, apparently, the controller mayoral candidate did get into some sort of scuffle with federal immigration officers outside an immigration hearing this morning.
It's not uncommon, says Brad Lander, for immigrants to have accompaniment when they walk out of court.
I just engaged in that tradition of accompaniment, of trying to bear witness, of trying to walk peacefully with someone, of trying to make sure that the rules are followed.
The situation quickly got out of hand when Lander, holding on to the man's arm, asked officers if they had a warrant.
You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway.
He was detained for hours, but says this isn't about him.
We are normalizing family separation. We are normalizing due process rights violations.
Mac Rosenberg, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM in Lower Manhattan.
Southern District of New York issued a statement, said they're continuing to investigate the actions as they put it at 26 Federal Plaza today. Department of Homeland Security in a statement, Lander was arrested for assaulting law enforcement, impeding a federal officer. Spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office says federal prosecutors, as you heard, still investigating. Mayor Adams, today should not be a Brad Lander. It's about making sure, as he writes, all New Yorkers, regardless of their documentation status, feel safe enough to use public resources. The New York Civil Liberties Union called the actions a stunning abuse of power. His arrest sparking protests outside that federal building where it happened.
Elected officials joined protesters in Foley Square. State Senator Andrew Bernard is urging the crowd not to live in fear.
They want to side with us. They want to drive us all into the shadows, and they want to start with the people who don't look like them.
Jazz
Martin Griffer with the New York State Working Families Party called the arrest flawless and disgraceful.
And what ICE is doing illegally and making sure that not only does Brad Later come home, but the other immigrants who are being held out are allowed to go back home to their families.
Marla Diamond, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM outside the Federal Building in Lower Manhattan.
Keep it here on 1010 wins for the latest, still very much a developing story. Music star Bad Bunny minced no words in calling out ICE raids in Puerto Rico, as you're about to hear. This happening while he was there.
Andan en esta guagua, Rapol. Andan en Rapol. Se tiraron aquí en la Montezuela. En vez de dejar esa gente tranquila trabajando ahí.
Saying they are in RAV4s or here in Pontezuela instead of leaving the people alone working there. Witnessing and documenting, he says, an ICE arrest, sharing the footage on social media. On Instagram, what appears to be agents detaining people on the streets. ICE arrests in cities, including here, Los Angeles, other locations that sparked protests across the U.S. throughout the year. Bad Bunny joining a growing list of musicians who have spoken out against the ICE actions.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting their puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with Q-tips.
We are booked solid.
All right. Oh, God. You're crying over ICE. Give me a break. You're here legally, you're going to get deported. That's the law.
And that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
State CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. CFO Pascal DeRoche has played a key role in restructuring AT&T, reducing debt and refocusing the business. Now his steady approach has the company primed for growth.
I'm a believer you try to make progress on big problems every day, and ultimately you look back and say, hey, we've come a long way.
Watch Chief Future Officer Wednesday on Bloomberg.
We are planning to invest more into R&D, both AI and drug R&D, start more new programs in therapeutic areas adjacent to the areas we're working on. We're very passionate about aging research and longevity.
In the world of AI, there's training and then there's inference, running models. We are purpose-built for inference. So from the silicon, the chip, all the way to the cloud, everything's cost optimized, performance optimized for inference.
I think that future of AI is that we don't just see AI front and center, it will be just integrated in whatever we're doing. And we see strong adoption here across the region.
Some of our guests there at the Super AI conference now underway in Singapore, and let's get over to the events where Annabelle Jewellers is standing by with our next guest, Belle.
Thanks, Paul. Joining us this morning is Samamo Patra, partner at Lightspeed India, and thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us. You're here to talk with people about funding frontier technology and frontier AI, but what does that look like to you right now, but also what are you most excited about in the frontier tech space?
Thank you for having me, Annabelle. Frontier for us means something that's new to the world or new to the region we invest in. And in the region we invest in primarily are US, Southeast Asia, India, and Europe. I'm representing the India and the Southeast Asia fund, so we're looking at stuff that is new to that region or new to the world coming out of that region. In terms of frontier tech, we have made investments in a company called Pixel Space, which is doing hyperspectral satellites and data from space. We've gone on to raise about $95 million with us and other top-tier investors in the world. So that's an interesting area. We're looking at space tech quite a lot in India, from India, for the world. We're looking at defense tech quite a bunch. India's defense spending is one of the largest in the world and is growing quite quickly. And the defense needs, given we share borders with a lot of countries, is growing quite quickly as well. So defense tech is another area we're spending a bunch of time. There's a bunch of frontier tech that is coming into defense. The third area is robotics. At this conference, there are a bunch of robotic companies moving around here. Robotics is a big part of what we are spending a lot of time on globally, but also from India and Southeast Asia. And the fourth one is semiconductors. I mean, Semicon is seeing a revival with AI-specific ASICs coming out, and India has one of the largest talent pools of Semicon. 22 to 25% of AMD, Intel, Texas Instruments actually are based in India. So we do see some very high-quality talent across design, engineering, product, and commercial coming out of that region. So we are actively spending time on those categories.
Humanoids is an area, Nathan, you're mentioning about the exhibitors. I mean, we're right next to Unitree, for instance, which is one of the best-known names out of China. But do you see countries in Southeast Asia and India as well that are able to compete with those players from China?
So I think it's going to be tough. China is absolutely, quite far ahead, and the U.S. is quite far ahead. But look, India's advantage is essentially around the fact that we have some of the largest corpus of human available data that can train foundation models for robotics. The tough thing about robotics is building a brain. The manufacturing part is not the hardest part. Building the brain is the hardest part. The reason we are seeing a lot of renaissance in robotic tech again is because robots are now finally at a point where the brain can be implanted in the body and it can navigate unstructured environments and do unstructured nebulous things like fold my laundry. That used to be it still is a very challenging problem because then first you have to go figure out where your laundry is, what kind of laundry is it, can I fold it, is it foldable even, what does folding really mean, where do I put it when I fold it, is it in the cupboard, on the hangers, very unstructured things in a household environment. But those things are becoming easier because foundation models are now able to absorb your environment around you and take decisions very, very easily and very quickly. To train foundation models requires a lot of human data. So the kind of companies we are seeing coming out of India are not fundamentally building a end-to-end, fully integrated robotics company like a Unitree. We're not building that. What we are seeing happen is a lot of really high-quality people coming out of DeepMind or other robotic tech companies that have built, interesting solutions in the past. They're coming back to India and saying the biggest roadblock has been data. And what data do we need? We need data about humans moving around in an environment. If I want to fold clothes, I want 10,000 people to fold clothes to show me how it is done. And that data is much more easily available in India than anywhere in the world.
So what's sort of the state of play then? Because I think one of the trends that we're seeing definitely in China is that either people are coming home from the US or they're choosing not to go to the US and do study and are taking advantage of the manufacturing base, for instance, there, the data that's also there, the talent pool that's there. Do you see a similar trend happening in India today?
Absolutely. I'm part of that trend. I lived in the US for about 15 years, worked at companies like AMD, Google, A15Z, and then I moved back in 2018. In the last 4 to 5 years, thanks to policy changes and it becoming a lot harder to get a full green card in the U.S. and taking a lot longer, I think maybe twice in a month, I see a high-quality person pinging me on LinkedIn or Twitter saying, hey, I want to move back. I read about your article that you wrote about moving back to India 5-6 years ago. Can I have a chat? And these used to be people that would be, more run-of-the-mill, gone to US 5-10 years back, did an MBA, worked for a few years, but now we are seeing very high quality research people coming back because the jobs are not available. We have companies that are doing cutting edge work in India, and the biggest challenge for them used to be, if I move back, I'm close to family, I'm close to my friends, I'm close to my culture, I just don't think I can do anything from a career perspective. Those problems are changing now. We have enough number of companies that are doing cutting edge work. It's not where we need it to be. I think we have a long way to go, but it's changing very quickly.
You mentioned space and the defense area as well, and space, of course, has a lot of defense applications. And what's sort of the deal size, and how has that changed it? Because you're in an environment not of just rising geopolitical tensions between the US and China, but you see it in India as well with your borders. So what's it looking like today?
So I'll give you an example of a company we invested in at seed stage in 2019, 2020. It's a company called Pixel Space. They're doing, not defense specific, but they have a lot of defense contracts now. And they began, their thesis was that it is very hard to see what's really happening on Earth using just three spectrum of visible light, red, blue, and green. But their thesis was that we need to see the world in a lot more spectrum. So they built a technology called hyperspectral cameras that see about 400 bands from space, which allows you to see underwater. It allows you to see what kind of oil spillage might have happened with water, which you can't see with the naked eye. It will allow you to see chemical composition of smoke and steam, and so on and so forth. They've gone to raise about $95 million in the last couple of years from top-tier funds globally. So I think the issue with space tech or defense tech is that it's very hard to build. It's very hard to build cutting-edge tech. It takes 3 to 4 years. And what in our business we call a deep J curve. If you go down very deep into a lab and you come out 3 or 4 years later, it's something that the world has never seen. And if you're able to then commercialize it really well, there is absolutely a lot of capital available to you. But it's going to be selective. It's going to be hard. And you're going to find almost a missionary founder who really wants to spend his or her life solving that problem. In any of these areas, defense tech is an example, but space tech, defense tech, robotics, quantum, are all examples of the same.
All right, well, it sounds like we'll be finding more of those people making their way back to India as well. But that was Hemant Malhotra, their partner at Lightspeed India.
All right, Annabelle Jewell is there in Singapore, and that is it for Insight. We've got Horizons Middle East and Africa coming up next. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Excuse me.
Global market news changes in an instant. So don't miss a minute. Listen to Bloomberg 1130 anytime, anywhere around the world. On the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, Sirius XM 121, and the Bloomberg Terminal.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin capsid pegol, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma. Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Mostly cloudy through the evening and overnight hours tonight with patchy fog likely and a possible shower late in the overnight hours, lows near 65. Clouds with some sunshine on Wednesday with afternoon showers and thunderstorms and highs in the lower 80s. Partial sunshine for Thursday. Another round of afternoon showers and thunderstorms are likely with highs in the upper 80s to lower 90s. I'm Hannah Sheehy with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand, and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Business Week Daily podcast, a conversation with Dana Telsey, founder, CEO, and chief research officer of Telsey Advisory Group, and retail sales signaling a consumer pullback.
Yes, it was one of the weakest months. You look at cars, which were the real weak link. It's 20% of retail sales. You've seen some of the other data points, whether it's sporting goods, department stores, frankly, did a touch better. I think overall, the pull forward of sales, I think we're seeing some of that. We put out a tracker.
Let me switch over to
how the prices have changed.
NPR and
We're continue to do it. We haven't seen much
watching midnight here, local. 2 hours and 2 minutes on the live stream right now. Thank you for watching. I'm going to switch over to the NPR station 820, and this is the BBC World Service. In about another minute, and I have that on for the next hour, and then we'll see what happens. And I'm going to be monitoring this. I'm going to look at another feed soon. So let me switch over to 820 here, and then
Click where it says listen live.
okay.
WNYC supporters include Lincoln Center, Summer for the City, Rock Festival,
BBC World Service.
American Modern Opera Company, June 18th to July 16th. More at lincolncenter.org/AMOC.
It's WNYC coming up on midnight. We'll get the world news from the BBC. That's coming our way next on WNYC and WNYC.org. For tomorrow, it starts off with a foggy morning. Showers likely with some isolated thunderstorms in the morning. There's also a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. And humid conditions with a high of around 80. Juneteenth, mostly sunny. There is a chance of some afternoon thunderstorms. Humid again with highs in the lower 90s.
This is WNYC FM, HD, and AM, New York.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with James Cotnell and Priya Rice. Great to have you with us.
President Trump is considering directly involving the US military to support Israel in its attacks on Iran. We'll get the latest on the conflict from our correspondent.
Medics in Gaza say almost 60 people have been killed and many more injured by Israeli fire near an aid distribution point. We'll speak live to a nurse who has been treating some of the wounded.
We have an interview too with Martina Navratilova. The tennis legend says America now reminds her of her homeland 50 years ago in communist Czechoslovakia.
If I was now still in the same position and I had to go live somewhere, it would not be America because it's not a democracy at the moment. It's not pretty. It's not pretty at all.
Plus, we'll meet the children celebrating this year's UK City of Culture, Bradford. That's after the latest world news.
Hello, I'm Neil Nunes with the BBC News. President Trump had discussed with top security officials whether to commit U.S. military assets to Israel's campaign against Iran as the conflict enters a sixth day. He met his National Security Council late on Tuesday, but reports say there was no full agreement. Jay Kwon reports from Washington.
Mr. Trump and his advisors are reported to have discussed the possibility of striking Iran's nuclear sites. U.S. and Israeli media say Mr. Trump followed the meeting with a call to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, but it is not known what was discussed. Yesterday, in a flurry of social media posts, Mr. Trump demanded Iran's unconditional surrender. Iran's Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, responded with a series of social media messages of his own last night, insisting his country would never compromise with Zionists.
Meanwhile, fresh Israeli strikes overnight targeted Tehran and the nearby city of Karaj. Iran said it had launched a swarm of drones as well as hypersonic missiles into Israeli territory. G7 leaders at a summit in Canada have not issued a joint statement on Ukraine. Officials said the U.S. had blocked a strong statement sought by other countries, and it would have been unfair on Ukraine to water down the language. But the hosts, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, denied there had been disagreements. Here's James Daniel.
In his statement, there were various points made, and the President orally signed up to them in person, but not in the formal sense of putting his signature to it. And that statement does say the G7 leaders are resolute in exploring all options to maximize pressure on Russia, including financial sanctions. The problem is Donald Trump is skeptical of sanctions at the moment because he thinks they hurt his own economy and not just Russia's. And also, as we've seen at this summit, he kind of takes Russia's side on a few issues.
That report from James Landale. Australia is to start negotiations on a security partnership with the European Union. The Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said it would provide a framework for defence industry cooperation. We get more in this report from Katie Watson in Sydney.
After meeting with EU leaders at the G7 summit, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese acknowledged that amid global uncertainty, it was a collective responsibility to work together to uphold peace, security and economic prosperity. While this agreement isn't designed to displace other arrangements like the AUKUS Defence Pact between the UK, the US and Australia, last week's news that the Trump administration wanted to review AUKUS has probably strengthened Australia's resolve to ensure it has agreements in place with other parts of the world.
This is the latest world news from the BBC. Japan and South Korea have expressed concern at the ever closer military ties between Russia and North Korea. Seoul has said the deployment of more North Korean troops to Russia is a clear violation of UN sanctions. On Tuesday, Pyongyang promised to send thousands of mine-clearing troops and builders to Russia's Kursk region. A former lawyer for the jailed drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman has been elected a judge following Mexico's first-ever judicial elections. Results showed that Silvia Delgado had won enough votes to be appointed in the crime-plagued city of Ciudad Juarez. Will Grant is in Mexico.
Silvia Delgado was part of the defense team for Joaquin El Chapo Guzman when he was brought before a judge in Ciudad Juarez in 2017. Her critics say she represents everything that is wrong with voting for judges in Mexico. The leading human rights and transparency organization said she was one of several candidates with alleged links to organized crime on the ballot sheet and could be compromised as a judge. Speaking to the BBC ahead of the vote, she dismissed the idea that she should step down over her previous ties to a drug cartel.
Dozens of flights to and from the Indonesian island of Bali have been cancelled after one of the region's most active volcanoes began erupting. Mount Lewitopi Laki-Laki on the nearby island of Flores spewed a colossal cloud 10 kilometers up into the sky. Football's world governing body has been criticized by anti-racism groups after appearing to change its messaging for the Club World Cup taking place in the US. Some have suggested that the absence of no-discrimination armbands might be connected to President Trump's policies. FIFA hasn't commented on reports that promotional material for a no-racism campaign at the tournament will not be used. BBC News.
Thank you for that news and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with James Cotnell and Priya Rai. Now in the programme today we will focus on two conflicts in the Middle East, Israel's wars against Iran and in Gaza. Now you can send us your thoughts on that by our usual number +4477 86 20 50 85. We're also going to hear why TikTok users in the US can breathe a sigh of relief, and we'll meet the children bringing the culture of their city, Bradford, in the north of the UK, to the stage.
I talked about that earlier about TikTok being quiet. Hopefully,
Is direct American involvement
$47 billion
against Iran getting closer? President Trump is demanding Iran's unconditional surrender. He also met with security chiefs to discuss deploying the US military to support Israel. US media suggests the president was considering military strikes against underground Iranian nuclear sites. Following the meeting, Mr. Trump spoke by phone with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There have been further Israeli strikes on targets in Iran on the sixth day of the conflict, and Iran has also fired missiles at Israel. Let's head there and speak to the BBC's Anna Foster, who is in Tel Aviv. So clearly the big issue here at the moment is whether the US gets involved directly. What's it looking like at the moment?
That's a very good question, because at the moment it feels like there is a real sense of uncertainty about what the US will do. And the reason that American involvement is crucial here is because they are the only country who are able to give Israel these very heavy weapons, these bombs that can penetrate deep underground and destroy particularly Iran's nuclear program at a place called Fordow, where it's essentially so deeply buried at the bottom of a mountain that the weapons that Israel has can't get down there. And so we see a lot of American military hardware moving towards the region. We see Donald Trump really offering at times quite mixed messages about whether or not the US will get involved. As you heard there, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu had another conversation yesterday. Israel wants US support, even if they've had it tacitly so far, where they've sort of quietly endorsed what Israel has been doing. What they want is for them to come out and actually join them in this military action. But it remains enormously difficult, really, to work out whether or not Donald Trump will do that, particularly as there isn't a great appetite in America for them to join another war in the Middle East. When you look at the recent history and the fact that those conflicts can go on for far longer with American support than perhaps people might expect at the beginning.
the comments too by President Trump, in which he said the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was an easy target, sound like a sort of pretty direct threat towards the leadership, even if he said he wasn't going to target him right now. But there is little sign, is there, right now, that Iran is backing down?
That's right. I mean, what is happening is we're still getting these waves of ballistic missiles that Iran is sending towards Israel. But it's notable being here that they are becoming smaller. In the first day or two, there were real barrages of 100 or so missiles at a time, and now they're smaller. They still send people to the shelters, and the message is still there. But it certainly seems like Iran's military power is being degraded by these ongoing Israeli strikes, but no sign that Iran is backing down. There are some whispers that perhaps Iran is now in a situation where it wants to negotiate, it wants to sit down, perhaps resume those talks that were going on with the US about trying to reach some kind of new deal where Iran agrees to stop, to row back on its nuclear proliferation. Don't forget, the International Atomic Energy Agency last week, right before those Israeli strikes were launched, their board of governors were warning about the fact that Iran wasn't keeping to its commitments, it wasn't allowing inspectors in, it wasn't being as transparent and open as it should be. So I think there'll be a lot of conditions that Iran will be asked for. The question is whether or not right now Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump are wanting to do this diplomatically, or whether, and it will be the US that is the key decider in this, whether it continues to be a military response that perhaps begins with removing Iran's nuclear program and perhaps goes as far as ending in regime change.
Yeah, we've got an interview with former Allied Supreme Commander of NATO, General Wesley Clark, in which he talks about that, and we'll play that a little later on in the programme. I wanted a thought from you, if I could, about what it is like then in Tel Aviv right now. You mentioned the missiles seem to come in not as frequently or not as heavily as they did in the first few days, but presumably still quite terrifying for people, incredibly disruptive to everyday life, as indeed is in Iran as well.
What's interesting, particularly in places like Tel Aviv, for example, they've been used to this for years because they've been within reach of rockets from Gaza. So for a lot of people, it is quite a well-worn pattern when the sirens go off and they're used to getting into shelter. But ballistic missiles from Israel are very different from rockets from Gaza. So you do see a new level of fear and concern from people. But I think emotionally as well, it's really interesting because a lot of people are supportive in Israel, actually, even though Israeli lives have been lost here. A lot of people are supportive of the idea of trying to permanently remove what Benjamin Netanyahu calls an existential threat to this country. But also when you talk to people here, they feel a sense of loneliness, which is interesting because since the 7th of October, Israel has had a huge amount of backing from its diplomatic allies. I think since the rhetoric from certain countries has started to shift, in the last few weeks, if you take, for example, the UK government, if you look at what the British Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary have been saying, well, they've been talking about the situation in Gaza, they've described it as intolerable, they decided to put trade talks with Israel on hold, and that has created this additional sense of loneliness and isolation in Israel. So I think that, again, makes people more likely to be supportive of a military action which they feel at least removes a threat towards them when they see themselves at the moment as often being out there on their own.
Anna Foster in Tel Aviv, thank you very much indeed.
Well, hundreds of thousands of Iranians have been fleeing Tehran in the last few days to try and find safety from Israeli strikes. Now, BBC is not allowed to report inside Iran, but our colleagues in BBC Persian are monitoring the situation there. Deva Shadlan has this report.
Evacuating a city of 10 million is no easy task. Even before President Trump's evacuation warning, millions were fleeing the Iranian capital. Now the roads out of Tehran are choked with traffic. Scenes reminiscent of bank holidays, but this is a desperate goodbye. On the road, this driver comes across these men. Confused at first, he realized they're addicts who have fled a rehab center, damaged by the attacks. One Tehran resident who wishes to remain anonymous told us why he is staying.
Even though I hate the Islamic Republic, I'm staying in my home. I'm staying in my city.
I'll try to stick to my routines. I'll try to find a cafe that's open and go there. If I see a couple people on the street, I'll smile at them, try to lift their spirits. I'll call my friends more often, support them, make them feel better. I think right now we have no one but each other. Not Benjamin Netanyahu and not Israel. They certainly don't care about us. And neither does the Islamic Republic.
For those who chose to stay, using essential services can be challenging. Israeli strikes damaged water installations in affluent northern Tehran, while ATMs ran out of cash. This is not just bombardment and missile attacks. Iran is fighting the enemy on its own soil. Israel has been infiltrating the country at all levels. Car bombs have been detonating, and the Iranian intelligence says it has discovered a number of enemy drone factories inside the country. And civilians are paying the price. This is Tehran's Red Crescent, desperately hoping to find survivors under the rubble. Among the lost are nurses, skaters, artists, lives cut short.
Buildings are being attacked at a residential building.
Our colleague pressed Israel's UN ambassador on civilian casualties.
We will do everything we can to minimize civilian casualties, but as you said, it's a war, and we have seen what happened in our cities, so we will continue to target the military sites in Iran.
You in Washington and Tel Aviv are talking publicly about what happens if the regime collapses. Iranians have been documenting how their lives are changing. President Trump said he wants to see their country prosper. Fewer will be willing to believe him today than they were just 5 days ago.
Siva Shadlan there, monitoring the situation in Iran. Now, nearly 60 Palestinians are reported to have been killed and over 200 injured by Israeli forces in southern Gaza in one of the deadliest incidents related to aid distribution in recent weeks. Now, eyewitnesses say a crowd was waiting to get food from an aid lorry when Israeli forces opened fire using drones and a tank. Now, the Israeli military has acknowledged that its forces were in the area and has told the BBC that the details are under review. Dozens of wounded people have been taken to the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis. Doctors have said they have run out of space to treat them and that at least 20 people are in a critical condition. Now, Mandy Blackman is a nurse working for the humanitarian medical aid charity UK Med in Gaza and joins us now. Mandy, thank you for giving us some of your time on Newsday. You've been treating some of those who've been injured in the latest killings there of nearly 60 Palestinians in southern Gaza. Tell us about some of those patients that you've been seeing.
So we've received patients who've directly attended to our hospital who managed to either walk here or get themselves here by either ambulance or donkey and cart, carried, however they can come in. And we've been treating patients with explosive injuries, gunshot wounds, so gunshot wounds to the limbs, torso, the head and the neck, explosive injuries, any part of the body really, resulting in amputation. These people tell us that they were on their way to collect food, and that's when they sustained their injuries.
And, people will be, thinking we've heard this kind of a story before of Palestinians trying to get aid, food, other types of supplies, and it leading to a fear, but because of hearing these types of reports, but that it's so desperate. Are they talking about that desperation that they have to go to these centres, but they know that they may face risks because of these incidents?
Absolutely. So once I remember talking to one gentleman who'd come in who'd received gunshot wounds, and he said maybe he made the wrong decision, but he was hungry. His family were back in the tent. It was his responsibility. He had to go and get some food, and that's what he was doing. He was going to get food, and that's when he received his injury.
And what are the kind of working conditions like for you in the hospital at the moment? What are you facing?
So this is my fourth rotation into Gaza, and this time I've noticed a real decrease in the supply of just essential medical equipment, from bandages and gauze to the cannulas we use in order that we can access the patient's veins and give blood and fluids and anesthesia. We are desperately low on those. We've put orders in, but they haven't arrived yet. We're not alone. This is the same for the other field hospitals that we're operating with. We, as I said before, we receive our own patients at South-End, but we take from other hospitals to try and relieve the congestion, especially at NASA Hospital, because they are returned to the emergency department. Because
And you do. How long can you see this being sustainable for?
It's bandages and gauze. We can be mindful of how we use things. We probably have to use less than we'd like. We probably have to do dressing changes less often than we'd like. But for essentials like cannulation, so that we can give patients life-saving treatment, we would just not be able to give the treatment. We just wouldn't be able to operate and do our function to our best ability.
Well, Mandy Blackman, thank you very much for joining us on Newsday, working with the Aid Charity UK Med in Gaza at the NASA Hospital in Culmination.
This is Newsday on the BBC World Service. Our main headline: President Trump has been discussing whether to permit US aircraft to Israel's campaign against Iran. There have been more strikes against Iranian capital Tehran as the conflict enters the sixth day. Now let's get the sports right, Paris.
Yeah, we're going to start with ice hockey. The Florida Panthers retaining the sport's most famous prize as they beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 to win their series in 6 games and lift the Stanley Cup once again. It was a bit of a battle between the US and Canada, and for a second year in a row, the Panthers overcame their northern rivals in the finals. The last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup final 32 years ago, the Montreal Canadiens. In football, South African side Mamelodi Sundowns overcame South Korean side Ulsan 1-0. It crowned Rainers with the only goal. Inter, the Italian side, were held by Mexico's Monterrey 1-1. Football's world governing body has been criticised by anti-racism groups after appearing to change its messaging for that Club World Cup taking place in the United States. Some have suggested the absence of no discrimination armband might be connected to President Trump's policies. FIFA hasn't commented on reports that promotional materials for a no racism campaign at the tournament will not be used. More sport from me a little bit later on.
Hi, Farron, thank you very much indeed. Get some business news now, and it seems TikTok, the social media giant, has had another 3-month stay of execution in the US. The White House is saying President Trump will sign an executive order this week to extend a sale or ban deadline for TikTok. Our business presenter Katie Silver joins us with the details. Katie.
That's right. So the announcement so far has come from the White House Press Secretary Tehran, who said that this 90-day extension would, to quote her, ensure this deal is closed so that the American people can continue to use TikTok with the assurance that their data is safe and secure. And President Trump had indicated this to our reporter, Anthony Zerka, that he would extend the deadline, or saying probably extend the deadline, and that he'd likely need China's approval to do so. Anthony Zerka asked him if he has the legal basis to extend the deadline. He responded, "We do." Now, the popular video sharing app, of course, was supposed to be banned in the US. That was after Chinese owner ByteDance refused to sell it to a US buyer by a deadline that was set for January this year. It went out for about 12 hours, much to creators' dismay. We interviewed a number of them on various outlets and various programs who all talked about kind of the shock of seeing their livelihoods just go up in smoke when the platform went offline. The big concern really for lawmakers is that there are 170 million American users that use the platform, and there's fears from both sides of both parties that the data could be used by China as a tool for both spying and for political manipulation. Now, this is the latest extension, unlikely to be enjoyed by Congress, which had passed the initial sale ban measure last year, and it was something that President Trump's predecessor, Joe Biden, immediately signed into law.
Yeah, as you touched on, a third time then it seems it's delayed since President Trump took office.
Yeah, it's a very much a big U-turn for President Trump, who had actually initially tried to force the sale of TikTok to an American buyer back in 2020 during his first time in office. In terms of the reason for this U-turn, President Trump believed that it helped him to win the 2024 election. In December, he wrongly claimed that he'd won the youth vote by 34 points, but said that I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok. Many analysts, as a result of all of these extensions, are now saying that it's unlikely that we'll ever see a ban take place during his time in office. One, for example, that TikTok's recent behaviour, like rolling out new AI tools, indicates that they're confident in their future as well. In terms of potential buyers, some names have been said are Larry Ellison, the co-founder of the cloud computing giant Oracle, the billionaire Frank McCourt, and even the biggest YouTuber in the world, Jimmy Donaldson, who goes by Mr. Beast.
Katie Taylor, thank you.
Now, here in the UK, more than 2,000 children will be performing together in a new work today to celebrate the northern city of Bradford, which is the 2025 UK City of Culture. Called Sing, Dance, Lead, the project is inspired by the children's hopes and dreams and celebrates Bradford's rich cultural history through their eyes. The BBC's culture editor, Katie Razzle, went to the rehearsals.
I started dance classes at about 10 years old. I was very aware that it was quite different. Quite a lot of stigma still attached to it. It just felt right. It felt like home. Being on stage felt like being at home.
Bradford of an ambitious project to showcase this year's City of Culture.
What I think should be really...
Okay, I'm going to move to another source because, my God, I don't know what's going on. I was trying to lock onto digital signal, and there is no digital signal or medium wave on this back. I don't know why it's doing that.
For the residents of New York State. You have Democrats all across the country. This is what they're doing now. ICE, get out of the way. I'm a star, ICE. I'm a star. Sir, you can't do that. Oh, yes, I can. Sir, you're under arrest. Oh, ICE arrested me. They offended me. They took away my rights. ICE, they offended me. So, Brad Lander, right? Democratic primary for mayor only 6 days away. He's polling in the single digits. Hint, hint. He walks out of the federal building. You would think it was Nelson Mandela.
People united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people will never be defeated.
You got to be kidding me. This was the reaction. Brad Lander, the reaction that he received.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do? When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
And so, of course, you know, you're 6 days from a Democratic primary. So you have your wife out there to make sure that she talks to the media as well.
I mean, it's not what I want to say to them, but I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing as a country? If they're going to take Brad into the elevator like that, and he is the citywide elected official, how are they treating our neighbors and our other folks? I mean, I would say that, you know, they represent the Justice Department at some point, and this is the antithesis of justice.
Wow. Wow. Let's go back to your telephone calls. Line 3, Sam in Hawaii. Sam, good morning. How are you?
Hello. Hello.
Go ahead, Sam.
Hello, my friend. Happy birthday.
Thank you. That's very kind of you to say, Sam.
I've been listening to you from day one, and I just wanted to know it's the Tomb Weavers who are doing that song for you. The Tomb Weavers. It's my purpose to identify music, and that's it.
Okay. Well, hey, Sam, thank you for the wonderful call from Hawaii. You know, Sam, there was a time when I'd come to Hawaii, and I'd be like, Matt Blaze, I'd be like, I'm going to jump off the cliffs into the water, and I'm going to be like Aquaman, and I'm going to be like Superman combined into one. Those days are gone, Matt Blaze.
Who said that? You?
I said that, yeah.
You gonna go jump off the cliffs with Greg Louganis now?
Yes, Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But I got to tell you the truth, though. I know I don't think they have alligators in Hawaii, right? Because
They got sharks.
They got sharks. And I'm like, with my luck, I'll jump and the alligator will come out of the water and just be with his mouth wide open waiting for me.
The shark.
Yeah, same thing. Shark, gator.
Some kind of big fish or some kind of creature with teeth.
So have you ever jumped off a cliff in Hawaii?
Are you out of your mind? Jump off a cliff? I don't want to jump into the deep end of my pool.
We have got to take a break, and we are coming right back.
Many dedicated first responders and service members like Austin Reese have paid a high price for the safety and freedom we enjoy. Austin served 3 deployments in Iraq, spending 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit. He learned to skydive on the job and became a military free-fall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin hit the ground at 65 miles an hour. In that moment, his life changed forever. Austin broke his pelvis, ankle, and he suffered a spinal cord injury that left him paralyzed. Thanks to the generosity of friends like you, Tunnel to Towers gave Austin a specially adapted smart home to enable him to rebuild his life after an unimaginable hardship. You helped Austin restore his dignity, independence, and hope for the future. And in doing so, you honored his service in the most meaningful way. Help heroes like Austin. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Listen to Dominic Carter every weekday at 3:55 p.m. for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Dominic's Final Thoughts. Dominic gives his insightful, most candid, and important final thought of the day on topics affecting our community, our nation, and you. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Dominic's Final Thoughts. Weekdays at 3:55 p.m. on 77 WABC.
Squid ERP LLC is hiring an application developer in Spring Valley, New York. Design and develop cross-platform mobile applications using the Flutter framework, ensure high performance, responsiveness, and optimal user experience across various platforms by applying best practices of app development. Continuously evaluate and improve mobile application performance, identify and resolve technical issues, and optimize code for efficiency and scalability of mobile applications. Participate in code reviews, provide constructive feedback, and adhere to coding standards and best practices to maintain code quality and consistency. Work closely with customers and internal departments to communicate project status, proposals, and technical issues. Proficiency in Objective-C and Swift for iOS and Java, and Kotlin for Android, and knowledge of Flutter framework development and architecture, and knowledge of Zebra SDK for Android and iOS, including implementation and integration. Bachelor in Computer Science, Software Engineering, or related field of study required. Salary $96,000 to $98,000 per year. Send resume to Mashi Stein at 15 Perlman Drive, Spring Valley, New York, 10977. Again, send resume to Mashi Stein at 15 Perlman Drive, Spring Valley, New York, 10977. Again, the zip code is 10977.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Hi, I'm Frank Morano. For years, you heard me on the radio calling out corruption, fighting for cops, exposing fraud, and giving voice to the people City Hall forgot. Well, now I'm in City Hall, and let me tell you, they don't know what hit them. In just a month, I've sponsored over 50 bills, voted 22 times, and stood up against the homeless shelter they're trying to force on Staten Island like a bad Amazon delivery. I'm Frank Morano, a common-sense conservative endorsed by Rudy Giuliani, Curtis Lewa, President Trump's team, and the Staten Island Republican Party. And just a that wears a badge or carries a broom. If you love cops, hate crime, support working people, and want a guy who actually shows up to work, I'd be honored to have your vote in the upcoming Republican primary. Early voting has already begun. The final day to vote is Tuesday, June 24th. Check out MoranoForCouncil.com to donate, volunteer, or get a sign. Let's win this thing and keep shaking things up.
Now, from New York City to the world, it's Dominic Carter.
And we see your telephone calls. We're about to get to them. The big story we're following, at least as of right now, it's becoming a trend. Democrat elected officials across the country interfering with ICE operations to get themselves arrested, to then claim they were doing their duty as an elected official, blah, 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 blah. The latest one to do this happens to be the city comptroller, a citywide official, Brad Lander, and he walks out, and you would think that it was a major celebrity, somebody that's actually done something, as hundreds of people were waiting for him, and Governor Hochul using uncharacteristic language to express how she felt about this situation.
Do you want to know what I really think? It's bull. How dare they take an elected official who's been going down there for weeks to escort people who are afraid to walk into a courthouse in the United States of America, because despite them having legal status and following the rules and making their appointments, that they don't know what's going to happen to them.
Okay,
That Brad Lander has stepped up.
Okay, he stepped up. Right. He stepped up. Single digits in the race for New York City mayor. He stepped up. Yes. He stepped up. Oh boy. Madam Governor, between you and I think you need to be more concerned with your lieutenant governor that has announced that he's challenging you for your job in a Democratic primary. Ouch! I've never heard of that before. Anyway, so then what does Brad Lander do? Couldn't get 5 minutes of press, but now he's everywhere. He's a national icon. Everybody wants to talk to Brad Lander. He goes on MSNBC, and of course the victim card is coming out of his mouth every 3 seconds. We'll let you hear that in just a minute, but first I want to get back to your telephone calls. I mentioned line 2, Patrice in Brooklyn. Let's go ahead and bring Patrice in. Good morning, Patrice. What's on your mind?
Yes, good morning, Dom. Happy birthday. When we last spoke, I was kind of embarrassed, but that's okay. That's okay. You know,
why were you embarrassed?
Well, like you said, when we were talking, we were just having a general conversation. You know, the general cordial conversation between the two of us and whoever else was listening. You know, the audience. You know, and a show must always go on. But Dom, I wanted to, again, God bless you and happy New Year. You know, my stepmother called me a Republican, and I'm a very, very conservative, person. But I looked up Brad Lander's bio, and I was thinking about possibly, maybe he might be possibly a good mayor. But
wait, Brad Lander.
Yes, because he was
pardon me, Patrice. Much love going to you. Pardon me while I throw up. Is there a can near here? You said Brad Lander might be a good mayor.
Well, when I voted, I did early voting today.
Okay.
And I thought I saw his name.
Right. His name is there. He's one of the 9 Democrats that want the job. But Brad Lander, I would have voted for myself instead. Before I vote for Brad Lander.
And listen, I know things can be a little nauseating sometimes. Listen, let me get off the phone. Let me get off your show. But again, happy birthday and bye-bye for now.
Thank you. That's very kind of you to say, Patrice. Thank you. Let's stay in Brooklyn, New York, line 3. Norman, what's on your mind, Norman?
First, my man, happy birthday, Dominic.
Oh, thank you, Norman. That's very kind of you. Thank you. What's going on?
I'd like to take you and Brad Lander to a resort in Virginia where a man looked out the window. It was this week, and there were alligators on the grounds around the hotel. However, I would like to tell Brad Lander to go outside.
Okay, but wait, Norman, are you serious? Notice I'm not even paying attention.
Yeah, there was something in Virginia. I don't know. There was some dude.
And there were alligators outside the. Do you know you folks?
Some guy was like
do you know Norman? I've seen alligators.
6-foot alligators like outside the window.
Hey, do you know I've seen alligators inside a residence, and you see them literally like stand up and climb the wall? Did you know they can do that?
Well, if they have the wall, yeah, they can. They're pretty, they can't climb. They can't go upside down or anything like that. But they can. But
Norman, you know my obsession with alligators. So.
Oh yeah.
So wait. So if I'm in it, let's say I'm in a vacation home in Florida, right? And I walk in and there happens to be an alligator. So if I startle him or her, are they gonna bite me or are they gonna back up because they don't know what's gonna happen?
Startle him where? I mean, you're gonna walk up to him?
No. I'm not gonna walk up to him. But if I walk, the alligator's in the living room, and I walk into the living room, and we see each other.
How did they get into your living room, man?
Well, but no, it happens all the time.
You see the video. Did you play can of tuna? Did you lure him in there?
No.
In your living room. That's not.
Wait, Norman, but you see the videos all the time. Right, in that place, haven't you seen the video?
Their door open or something like that.
They go through like a doggy door or something.
Right.
Maybe the doggy door. Maybe this is like some kind of hillbilly what he's got. I don't know. He don't keep his doors closed. I don't know.
Norman, we're talking about Florida here. They are half of them are hillbillies.
Yeah, well, yeah. This is like something in the Everglades or something like that.
Exactly.
So wait, the gator won't be afraid to see me?
They're not gonna eat you, Dom.
Or is the gator gonna go, dark meat. Let me take a bite.
Yummy. Well, there's a lot of you, so they'll enjoy you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Seriously, you should go to when I was like 11, my parents, we went to Florida and I went to some alligator farm and I told you I got to feed a dead chicken to an alligator.
That's the stuff.
You should do that, Dom. I swear
Gatorland.
I would never do it.
I've been there, Gatorland. I actually think of steaks.
Or that my grandchild would fall in the pit, and then I got to jump in the pit and save face as the gator
3 years ago.
And I throw my granddaughter back up and say, look at the gators are wrestling with grandpa. And they're eating me alive.
Just imagine the video, man, on YouTube with that. It'd be great.
My last moment. Norman.
Oh, hell yeah. Get a lot of hits with that one, man.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one. I'll pass. Thank you so much for the call, Norman. So we mentioned a city elected official in New York, Brad Lander, the city comptroller. He wants to be your mayor. The primary is in 6 days. Please tell me that this clown didn't pull it off with all this media attention, and it's going to go from worst to first in a matter of 6 days and beat Cuomo and the socialists. But here's why I'm a little concerned. He goes on MSNBC, kumbaya, kumbaya, I'm such a victim. The big bad ICE officers, they threw me and they bent my arms like a pretzel. And he forgot to point out that he caused it himself.
When you woke up today, were you trying to get arrested?
I mean, what would happen was what happened last week and the week before, that I could walk peacefully out of the building with these families so they could reunite with their kids and continue to make their application for asylum. That is all I wanted.
How are you feeling?
I mean, I feel angry. I feel sad. I wanted to see Edgardo be able to get out of the building. I'm going to be fine. I lost a button on my jacket, but I've got a good lawyer. I'll sleep in my bed tonight. He's in ICE detention. He has no lawyer. He's been stripped of status and due process.
So when you said, what were you doing? In what building was it, and what were you doing in that hallway with him?
Yeah, so that was what we call the Federal Building, 26 Federal Plaza, and there's immigration hearings in it. This is the third week I've gone. And what started about 3 weeks ago is that the Department of Homeland Security has been moving essentially to strip people of their status. They were supposed to, they filed asylum applications for the most part, and they should get a hearing on whether they've got credible fear of violence or repression. Now DHS is stripping them of that. And then as soon as the case is over, they don't even know what's happening. And, you know, they don't speak English for the most part. They've had some translation. Then they walk out of the courtroom. And as they walk to the elevator, ICE agents grab them up.
So what happens is the lawyers for the government say, we want to drop the case, right? Like, we don't want, these are people who are showing up for their court date.
Yeah, they crossed at the border and checked in.
They checked in.
And then they got
showed up at the court date. They showed up. The government says to drop it, and then the ICE folks snap
as soon as they walk toward the elevator lobby. And so what we've been doing the last 3 weeks is observing in court, trying to advise, you know, give them a little bit of, you know, you should object, like you have an appeal right. And then when they walk out, we just, you know, walk arm in arm. And 5 of the 7 families I've walked out with over the last 3 weeks, we were able to get in the elevator and exit the building, and they could go back home to their families. And I mean, they were shaking in the elevator. And when they got out, it just felt like this is what I'm supposed to be doing as an elected official who cares about the rule of law. And these are New Yorkers.
No, you don't.
But yeah, then today, in 2 cases, a guy named Zed, who speaks Yoruba, and then Edgardo, who was in that picture. We're not so lucky.
So what happened? Was Zed before this?
Zed was before.
So what happened there?
Our arms were not linked quite so tightly.
And they just grabbed him. What do you say to people who say that they have the authority, that you're essentially obstructing the law here?
I mean, they've changed the rules until about 3 weeks ago. If you did what you were supposed to do, you would eventually get your credible fear hearing. And when the rules are changed.
Okay, that's a lie. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut in. That's a lie. That happens to a lot of people every day. When you go to court, okay, I'm going to say it. When you go to court, especially if you have a warrant, if you have a warrant for your arrest and you show up in court, they can still execute the warrant. It's not an immigration thing. It's not what he's talking about. He's being a drama queen. I'm sorry. When you go into any court, for example, you know, a hearing for anything, you know, you didn't go to a court date 5 years ago, but you guess what? You still have an open warrant for that case. So if you show up to court, well, voluntarily now, it doesn't matter. It's too late. You still have a warrant for the other case. So this guy, what happened is this guy probably had a criminal warrant for another case. And then he shows up to this hearing. Oh, I'm an illegal alien, whatever. Boo-hoo. Okay, fine. Thank you for showing up for this case. You still got to answer for the other criminal case that you didn't show up years ago. You see what I'm talking about? So this guy right here, he's running for mayor. He's just a drama queen. He's a drama queen. He's being a drama queen about this shit. I'm going to say it like it is here. He's a drama queen. And then, by the way, when they're trying to execute that warrant, the one that he didn't show up years ago, whatever case that was, because they're not going to lock you up for nothing. They're going to lock you up because you already have a warrant somewhere. Okay? That's always the case. I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell you that because I had experience in that. Okay? I've been on that side where I had a warrant for my arrest. I go to court. I didn't know about the warrant. They were like, oh, by the way, you have this warrant. I mean, of course I knew, but, you know, I was playing it off. Oh, I didn't know. Doesn't matter. Okay, now you're going to answer for this one. 99%, I don't want to say 99%, depending on the severity of the warrant and the crime. They don't have to let you go. They could lock you up right there and give you bail. But in his case, immigration thing, they're trying to deport everybody. They're trying to deport people with criminal records. That's it. If you're illegal here and you have a criminal record, especially a violent criminal record, you're being deported. That's it. So this guy, he's just being a drama queen. He locks elbows with the other guy, locking arms, and ICE is trying to, after the guy left the courtroom, they're trying to arrest him. But this guy, Lander, tries to interfere. You can't do that. When you interfere in an arrest, doesn't matter if it's immigration, out in the street, anybody getting arrested in the street, if you interfere in an arrest, that's called obstruction of justice. That means, guess what? You're going to jail too, because now you're obstructing. And in his case, when you watch the video, they're in the hallway. Now they're causing also a disturbance, because now people are getting riled up. He could have caused a riot. You see, he's not telling you all this right now because he's playing the victim. He's playing the victim. Okay? But I'm telling you this. He's playing the victim. This is why the media, you cannot believe what you hear from these, politicians creating a stir. Like the other guy when he bum rushed the Homeland Security chief. And he always want to talk to him. No. We don't know who you are. Didn't they just assassinate somebody in Minnesota? So of course, any bodyguard or FBI agent, whatever, they're gonna be on their toes already. Myself, private citizen, whatever, U.S. citizen, I cannot just bum rush a press conference and say, I want to talk to you. The hell with it. No, they're gonna tackle you to the ground. They're gonna plant your face on the ground. So these people are just being dramatic. That's it. They just want to be drama queen. They want their 15 minutes of fame, go on MSNBC and CNN and all that, and cry victim. And that's all it is. It's theater. It's theater. But if you know the law, and that's another thing. By the way, when they put the cuffs on this guy, the first thing they always tell you when you get arrested is they're gonna read your Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. When you get arrested, the first thing you do is shut up. You have to shut up, because everything you say can be used against you. So if this guy's not even a smart guy, not only is a drama queen, he's stupid. He's a stupid drama queen. Because when you get arrested, the first thing any lawyer will tell you is shut up. Don't say anything. They already got the cuffs on you. There's nothing you can do about it. The more you resist, the more possibility you're going to add charges to yourself, including resisting arrest, possible assault on an officer or whatever, creating a disturbance, of course, obstruction. So this guy, he's not a smart guy. He's a stupid guy. Because even when he was arrested, he kept talking to the officer. I don't know what you're doing this. No. At that point, you shut up. You shut up. You got your cuffs. They already got the cuffs on you. Let them do the process. By the way, they released him for a few hours. And they dropped the charges. But of course, he wants to be a drama queen. He's going to milk this shit for another a few days because they have a primary election coming up in a couple of days, whatever it is. And, he thinks he's going to win the Democratic primary for New York City mayor because he pulled his stunt. That's all it is. But the problem is that when you watch the video, he got the crowd riled up. And people could have got hurt. And that's rioting. And that's wrong. And this is why the left, they cry like babies. They create stuff. They create disturbances. Okay? No, they're not going out there arresting abuela that works in a bodega in the corner. No, they're going after people that been locked up quite a few times. Especially, you know who you are. All you guys out there with, racked up a whole bunch of DUIs or wife beaters. That's what they're going after. They're going after criminals. So this guy that showed up in court, he probably already had a few warrants already. But they're not telling you that. The left does not tell you that. They're not going to say that about the guy, Edgardo. That was his name, Edgardo. I was trying to walk Edgardo. No, you should have known that Edgardo was already wanted for other shit. You know? And those of you that know me in my other channels, I say it like it is. Danny Shortwave, Radio DX, Danny Fine, I say it like it is here. And I got to call this shit out right now. Because this is, this is why when you hear this, you think that every ICE agent is out to get you. That's a lie. That's a lie. This is what the left is trying to shove down your throat. That, they call them Gestapo and all this nonsense. It's an insult to people that actually went through the Holocaust and World War II. When you're calling ICE agent Gestapo. That's an insult. That's an insult to real German and Jewish and other countries that went through the World War II. The ones that are still alive, by the way. Not that many, but they're still alive. That's an insult to them. Calling them like the SS. This is the problem with these people. These people are dramatic. They manufacture their own drama. All he had to do was let the ICE agent arrest him. And, I say he would have went through the process anyway. And if he's wanted for other shit, guess what? He deserves to get kicked out of this country. That's it. Okay? So, I'm saying it like it is here. I'm going to say it like it is here. I start calling out this nonsense.
Able to get back, or how much I'm going to be able to see out of my right eye right now. It's just a giant question mark.
So I wish you well. I really do, Marshall. I hope you have a speedy recovery. But point of reference for all of us, when law enforcement gives an order, we must comply. You should comply. If you don't, what happens after that? That's on you.
Nope.
You were given a choice. You chose to remain out there. We the people. Well, we the people in this situation as well. Back to your telephone calls. Lance, line 2, Galloway, New Jersey, listening on WOND Radio. Lance, what's on your mind?
I said the other night, you're the tuning fork of truth, but I wanted to wish you a happy birthday, and I want you to go to Reisman's Bakery in Brooklyn, pick up a chocolate babka and your favorite ice cream, and have an ice cream sandwich. And I don't want you to count your years.
Lance, I'm diabetic. But wait, Lance, wait.
They have sugarless babkas. Honest to goodness.
Yeah,
I get them shipped down here to
the taste is good.
But
wait, Lance, I got to tell you something. So, Liz from Florida, right? She sent, Matt Blaze is aware of this. They all made fun of me. She sent this huge basket with all of these items, and Matt Blaze, it's like going to the supermarket because, so I opened up one just the other day, Lance and Matt, and it happened to be chocolate-covered almonds, and I mean, it is delicious.
You like that?
It's good, and somehow it doesn't have sugar. God only knows. Oh, and good news, right? RFK Jr., right? I forgot to mention this.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to get rid of the dyes. 2 of the companies are stepping forward to say no more dye. So maybe I can start eating again, Matt Blaze.
Oh, yeah, because the guy stopped you. I'm like, Lance gives you a great suggestion. Get some chocolate bar, get some ice cream, and you're like, but I'm a diabetic. Like, that's ever stopped you.
Hey, but everything in this basket from Liz is, good for me. And it's like, there's enough stuff in there, I think, to last me for the next 8 months. It's
as long as it's good, and it's good.
It
tastes good.
Dominic, all I want to say is don't count your years. Just continue to count your blessings.
I don't count them anymore, Lance. I'm embarrassed by that. I never thought I would make it this far. And the reason why I thought that is because most of my friends, that's exactly what happened to them. They're either in prison or they didn't make it this far.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, but thank you, Lance. Thank you for the wonderful call. You are a true gentleman. Thank you, Lance. Galloway, New Jersey, listening on WOND. Brian, line 5, Long Island. What's on your mind, Brian?
So I should have that video ready within the next 48 to 72 hours. It's going to be a follow-up for the precious metals. That I did a few months back. I want to do an update on that. Another one I'm going to look into also, because I got a couple of emails about that, was buying crypto in New York State. A lot has changed since I made that video. A lot has changed. Actually, it's quite sad, actually, that it's changed for the worse. Some of it is obvious. You know, it is still restricted. New York State is one of the most restricted states in the country to buy crypto. And I'm not talking about Bitcoin. I mean, you can buy Bitcoin everywhere. You can buy Bitcoin through PayPal. You can buy Bitcoin through Robinhood. You can buy Bitcoin through Stockpile. I have a stockpile. You can buy Bitcoin there now. Is it Bitcoin that you can put to a wallet? No. Your own private wallet? No. Of course, you also have Gemini. Now you can put in your wallet. You also have Coinbase you can put in your wallet. But we lost a whole bunch of other ones. Of course, KuCoin is no longer, so that one is gone. KuCoin is banned here in New York. I think MEXC or MEXC is also, I believe, banned here in New York. There are some other ones that you still cannot open up an account. I mean, you can't open an account, but you can't buy crypto. Like Public. I believe Public is one that you cannot buy. You can open an account, but you can't buy crypto. So you only can buy stocks, which is stupid. So there's a whole bunch of them. So I need to make a video on that too, 2025 video on buy crypto in New York State, because a lot has changed. A lot has changed. And I would think by now we will have progress about that. And we was about to have progress, but unfortunately, he's like I said in that video, and I'm going to say it again. People in this state still vote for really stupid people that have no common sense. I don't understand why the rest of the country can go on Binance.us and buy, use Binance. And people in New York cannot still use even Binance.us. But this is the state. And I get a lot of emails saying, not emails, but comments. Why don't you just move out of New York? Well, it's not that easy just to move out of New York. We do have a house, we have a mortgage. It's not just easy. It's not easy to just pick up and sell the house and leave. Plus, I know there's up and downs about New York, especially New York City. But one thing about New York City is I know it goes with the price. Somebody's going to say, well, the reason you're making so much money because everything costs more. Yeah, but still, you still make more money. The same, I'll give you an example. Even working at McDonald's, for example. Say you happen to work at McDonald's. In New York City, you can make about $20 an hour. Now, if you go to, I don't know, I'm going to say Tyler, Texas, you're not going to make $20 an hour for anything. Unless, you're a real skilled worker. You see, every state is different. Every city, every municipality is different when it comes to getting paid. So that's why a lot of people stay in New York, because you make the money here, you spend it somewhere else. That's the motto that the people say when I run into New Yorkers in other states. They say, well, why don't you want to lose? No, I want to make as much money in New York as I can. Then when I'm ready to retire, then you leave. You see? So when people say, "Why don't you leave New York?" He's not leaving New York. Is you could in New York you can make it's just rent is high, but again we have a house, so it's different. So it's not rent; it's a mortgage. It's still not that bad, but we do have a mortgage. However, like I said, that's the thing. You live in a city where rent is high and all that, but the pay is going to be higher. Cost of living is going to be higher. The pay is going to be higher. Delivery worker, I seen ads for delivery workers $25 an hour plus. Just making delivery workers. Try to make $25 an hour in New Orleans, Louisiana, and it's not a skill job. Try. Good luck on that. You see what I'm saying? So it's a double-edged sword. You make more money. And remember, I'm going to tell you something. This is a tip for all you guys out there. When you retire later on in life, Social Security, all they care about is how much money you made, how much Social Security taxes you pay. So the more money you make and paid in Social Security taxes, that's going to determine how much Social Security you're going to get when you're retired. So if you live in a state like New York, yeah, cost of living is high. I get all that stuff, but you're earning a higher wage. So when it's time to retire, guess what? You're going to get a higher benefit, Social Security, retirement, because you contribute so much more than a person that was making. You know what I'm saying? I'm not picking. I'm not gonna say Tyler, Texas. I'm gonna say whatever. I don't know, Boulder, Colorado. Oh, worse yet, Boulder City, Nevada. You see what I'm saying? That person in Boulder City, Nevada is not gonna get, top dollar or top whatever, because that person probably never made more than whatever an hour, and probably never made over 100 a year, and so on, 100K a year. So their Social Security is going to be hurting compared to someone that lives in New York, where they pay so much Social Security tax, and of course other taxes, but Social Security tax is the main one, FICA. So because I get that argument all the time. Well, when you leave New York, well, yeah, you leave New York when you're ready to retire. And of course my wife is not retiring yet. Me, I have a couple of more years before. Well, actually, I have 4 more years before I can collect retirement for Social Security. My wife still has a long life. My wife is 46. She's a lot younger than I am. But remember that the more you make, you'll get that back later on in Social Security. But also, the more you make, the more you spend somewhere else. You understand? Because when we go down to Florida, with the it is cheaper down there, because I noticed even McDonald's. For example, I'll give you an example of McDonald's. McDonald's up here, forget it. Just to get a Happy Meal. I'm being funny. A Happy Meal, it's like freaking like $15. Just saying, not that high, but you know what I mean. Of course, in Florida, it's like $6. You see what I'm saying? But of course, up here, I don't buy Happy Meals. I'm not gonna buy a Happy Meal or whatever. But I'm just saying, we don't eat out much up here. But while we were in Florida, you could splurge a little bit on your vacation. And when I went to other New Yorkers down there, they say the same thing. And I asked them, well, you don't want to move? I said, no, the pay's too little down there. The pay's too little down there. So I'd rather stay up here and make more money, but I'll spend it down there or somewhere else. So there you go. So that you got to keep that in mind. So when people, I get that message all the time. If crypto's so bad, and that's they do this. It does suck that you cannot buy like for example, like when I want to buy not now because you can. I don't know about that. I don't know if you still can buy just like that. Yeah, you can. You can actually. You can. Yeah, that's what you can. I know Gemini you can, and you Coinbase you can. But there was a time when you couldn't even buy that. So the way you had to get that is you had to go through, you have to move money to a MetaMask wallet or whatever wallet you have. And then in there, you have to exchange it for, you go to the exchange or whatever, and you exchange it, your Ethereum to SHIB or whatever. So that goes to, a lot of other tokens. And the reason why is that too is because right now they're not, especially what happened with FTX. You understand something? FTX set us back in terms of trust. That was the biggest one was FTX that's really set everything back. So it's going to be harder, especially in states like New York, for exchanges to get permit for crypto. So when people ask me all the time, you can't buy crypto. Yeah, you can't buy crypto in New York. You just go to Coinbase, go to the Gemini. All the other ones, yeah, you can buy them, but you're not gonna be able to move them around. Only those two you can move into a wallet. Now, once you can move it to a wallet, then you could switch. Then you could swap out for whatever token you really want. You understand? So it's just an extra step in New York for some, unfortunately, some tokens. Now, of course, my philosophy has changed in the last few years. The biggest reason why was because of Gemini. Remember that whole Gemini thing where they had your money on hold. If you was gaining interest in Gemini, all those tokens that were on hold for almost 2 years. So I finally got all that money back. I did get all that money back, but I don't trust Gemini now. When it comes to stake, I would not stake in Gemini no more. I'll buy tokens there because I have to buy it. Would I keep it there and stake it? No, I won't do that now. I learned my lesson about staking. Staking long term is a loser's game, and I'm probably gonna make a video on that soon, explaining about that. I know there was a time where it was crazy. The staking craze was crazy, and then there was a bubble, and FTX was the bubble that destroyed all that. So I need to make a video on that would explain that when you buy crypto, just buy it and hold it, or buy it and sell it, but don't. I don't trust the earning thing anymore. I don't trust any of the earning thing. I definitely ain't gonna be staking no more because you just don't know. It's not something that's. I know people say, well, the reason why I got into crypto because I don't want regulation. Well, you don't want regulation until it hurts you, and that's the problem. The problem is that if you don't have any regulation, people are gonna steal, and that's what happened. That's what happened with FTX. They stole. They stole. They burned a lot of people. A lot of people lost a lot of money, and he's in prison. But a lot of people lost a lot of money. A lot of people lost their whole savings, their whole life savings. That was not the case with me because I never got to use FTX because FTX was not available in New York State. So remember that, folks. When you complain about too much regulation, well, sometimes regulation is for your own good. It really is. I've seen it too many times in the chats, Telegram, especially Telegram. I don't like going on Telegram. I don't go on Telegram anymore. It's a cesspool. It's pumping dumb shit. That's all it is in Telegram. You're not gonna don't take advice from somebody on Telegram. And that's what happened. I remember I talked about that with a Meta Vegas scam. I was buying shit. I bought a little bit. I only bought like nothing, like $100. It was not even 100. I think it was like $50. Of course, it was all pump and dump. But I know people in that Telegram. I remember one particular girl that she spent $1,000 because it was her prom money, and she wanted to buy she wanted to basically make more money from the last $1,000 that she had that they had saved up for her prom. And guess what happened? She lost it all. And I remember she was in the chat, in the Telegram chat. She's like crying. Oh, I lost my money. I can't get those my prom money. And I didn't say, I just read the messages. And all I kept thinking about, well, this is gonna be a life lesson for you. And the lesson is not to take stupid risk on rumors. But that's what it is. Pump and dump is just a rumor, and they want to play on your psychology, they want to play on your emotions. to buy this investment because you think you get a 2x or 10x or whatever your money is, and you're gonna get out before it plummets. And that's a recipe for disaster. It really is. All the top YouTubers are in the crypto thing. They all lost a lot of money. They're not gonna tell you that, but I know of a few. I lost a lot of money because they were hyping shit up. And then, by the way, they were only hyping shit up, they were involved in it. Because I got approached by a few of them. I got approached by quite a few of them through email and whatever. Oh, I want to introduce this token, and I'll give you a bag if you could talk about it. And I'm like, I just ignore it. I didn't even reply to it. I'm not falling for that. I'm done with that. My channel, for example, I don't recommend any of that stuff. It's not the channel for that. There's plenty of channels that do all that stuff. Talk about all these tokens that just fly by night tokens. I'm not doing that in this channel because you're telling people to part with their money. To me, that's just scummy. Just so you can make a few bucks. That's really So maybe I try to make my channel where talk about real stuff. Real ways to make money. Patience, long-term investment, dividend reinvestment. Diversify. Don't follow scammers. This is simple recipe. Biggest one you hear a lot. Yeah, I gotta say it right now. Do your own research. A lot of people don't do that. It's crazy. Anyway, I'm done with my rant. Let me go back and put on the radio. I'm gonna monitor for a little while longer, and then. So if you like what I'm talking about, smash the like button. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So thorough. And they're like 30.
I put a 25.
So I said, here, I sent it to you. Here's your list. Wow. I said, it's there on your phone. Just use it. And any kind of question. Have you ever, I guess what I'm trying to say is, we live in the greatest of times ever. But one of the things that you're not going to be able to appreciate is the world if you're not curious. We have this. Have you seen our light system here? This is the most complicated light I've ever seen. 1%, 10%, 3 buttons. I don't even know what the hell it is. I push a button, it goes on, I go, that's good. You want 75%, 25%? Like a real stat kind of, sort of, right? But I thought to myself, this is a beautiful analogy because this is how bright I want my world to be. I want to be aware of things. A lot of people would say, I'm not that interested in it. Nothing really pulls me. ChatGPT is my friend. I have passing interest in baseball. Standings. Passive. I couldn't care less, one way or the other. I could go and I could look up on Google, or I could talk to my friends. Give me the standings. Who's number one of the... This is the greatest thing ever. Do you know what Palantir is doing? Have you heard of Palantir? Oh, God! See, in my world, when I meet with my friends and we talk politics, I don't think you'd like it. I don't think you'd like it. It's very dark. It's very... I have dark friends. And there are certain things years ago. Remember when people would say things like, Blackwater.
On my radio.
God. And then, what was the Dick Cheney company?
I'm going to switch over something.
Oh, God. Everything was Dick
Switch
Cheney.
over
What was the
another
name of it?
Device.
It was
It was, you know what I'm talking about. They were oil production. Everything was,
we're gonna use that
it's
for
like
now.
Shinola. Shinola was the company that we laughed at. And now it's doing very Halliburton. Halliburton, what you see that?
I'm going to switch over to another
Most people would have sat there and just said, I don't know. I don't know. See, that's the difference. You have to know. It drives me crazy. What's the name of this? Well, Palantir, oh my God.
It's try something else because
everything. And this is
I'm gonna do some channel surfing on something else.
Now, I just told you this. Have you looked at Palantir yet? Nope. Are you gonna look? Nope. Do it. Get your chat GPT out. Have it on your phone. It's wonderful. And just find out. It's the greatest. It will change your life. Don't let me tell you what the news is. When you watch Fox,
you can see I'm a big fan of radios.
Max, CNN, MSDNC, you're letting these people tell you what they think is important. Don't do that. Now, changing the subject just a tad, as though there was a subject.
Oh, great.
I don't know where
I have to do an update.
And I don't understand. Man. I think that somebody was talking about Diddy or that Diddy.
No, I have to do an update.
I have absolutely. I've lost.
I got to do an update, so
interest.
It's going to take a few
whatever
minutes.
This thing is. All interest and total interest. And the question is, this is the simplest question. Why is it that somebody is famous? Now think about this. This is my usual way of looking at it. Imagine somebody were to come from another planet. And they were to sit down and say, tell me about being human. I said, well, a couple of things you got to understand. We have this thing about
really, why you got to give me the update now?
What does famous mean? Well, famous means known or well known, like grass, well known. And normally it means somebody who has done something of note, somebody who's done something. But today there's fame for the sake of fame.
Okay.
And what is it? Well, I'll tell you what.
Yes,
the Kardashians. Kardashians redefine. The Kardashians are one of the most important parts of our collective civilization that you can imagine. And when I say that to people, the first thing they love to do is to groan and make faces and laugh and not listen to a word I'm saying. They are famous for being famous. Before that, it was Paris Hilton. Before that was a woman that you don't know about. Maybe you don't, but I remember Rula Lenska. Rula Lenska was a woman on VO5, Alberto VO5. She would start off with, hello, I'm Rula Lenska. She had a British accent. And when I'm going out, and she was at the stage door, and people were taking pictures, and she's signing autographs, and they brought her flowers. And I, as a kid, said, who the hell is Rula Lenska? And I asked my mother, who is, and I would say that as a child, who the hell is Rula Lenska? I don't know. She's famous. And I asked my mother, what does fame mean? What does famous mean? It means that more people like them or know them maybe than somebody else. Would you have to do something well or of note to be famous?
I'm still updating the app here.
And the question also is, who is the most famous person?
I should already launch it, but it's loading. First time it loads, it takes forever.
This is one of the things which I find so interesting.
Why is doing this
when
now?
When you meet somebody and you say, wow, there's so-and-so, and you say to yourself, they really do exist. What is it about them that makes you say, wow? Now, if you meet President Trump, that's one thing. He's a pretty
75% loading. Oh
if you meet anybody, maybe a politician, you can say, well, they were elected. Well, but Blaze, who was the most famous person you have ever met where you said, wow, I shook the hand of so-and-so, other than me and Riff Raff, Elias over there, making a ship in a bottle. Who is the most famous person you've ever met?
I'm going to try different things on this place because this source is...
The first person I could think of that was Jackie Mason.
So 3 hours and 26 minutes in the books. Thank you for watching.
Jackie Mason was something else. And he was a very interesting, and I'm not going to go into detail. He's no longer with us. His comedy was incredible. But as a human being, individually, we'll talk later. But think about this, Jackie Mason. And when you met him, what did you think? He's famous because of who he is.
Wow.
Thrown off of Ed Sullivan.
So he had massive update.
Nobody ever got near. Nobody. What did you think?
Well, so when I met him,
be honest.
I was 11.
100%.
I had no idea who he was.
What does that count if you knew somebody famous you didn't know?
Well, here's what happened. So I meet him. He was at a party. One of my mother's friends had something to do with him. So I met him. My mother introduced me to him. Obviously, she knew who he was, how big he was. And she said, "This is my son, Matthew." And I remember distinctly. He went in his Jackie Mason voice. "Oh, Matthew, you're a very handsome boy." That's what I remember.
Let me move over to
4 years later, in 1985, was when his one-man show on Broadway took off, and I was like, "Hey, I met that guy." And then I went and realized
I just want to get it right.
who he really was and how famous he was. Even in 1985, because they had so many retrospectives on TV, because
that for now.
Broadway show was his big comeback.
Oh,
So everywhere you looked, they would tell you about, hey, this was Jackie Mason. This is what happened to him. So I learned when I was 15 that he was on it. So
we'll try this one.
He got thrown off the whole thing. And I met this guy, and he's a legend. So that's who comes to mind.
If you had to explain to somebody from another planet, what does fame mean? Is it because more people know who he is?
I don't understand Arabic, but I'm going to try different sources. Let me put the local time.
He played it. It was the voice.
And I'll go up a little bit here.
Was that on the Pink Panther?
Maybe.
So I'll try that one for now.
I'm trying to think of this. Okay, now watch this. This is what I'm going to do right now. Well, I'm going to go right here.
Arabia.
ChatGPT, and I'm going to ask.
And try that source for now, and then I'll try other sources.
Cartoon character that used Jackie Mason's voice. Right? That's my question.
And of course, you can see the Bitcoin price right there.
And we wait. It's
you see the crypto price there. It was 105,469 Bitcoin.
The ant and the aardvark.
That's right.
So over 105,000.
There's a blue aardvark from the classic The Ant and the Aardvark series.
So I don't know if there's live footage, but I don't think it is live footage.
The red ant, often calling himself an anteater, and famously uses a voice that mimics comedian Jackie Mason, though it was actually John Biner doing the imitation. So there you have it. So I remember as a kid. So again, why was it important? It was because you.
I'm going to try several sources over the next few hours.
O'Brien.
We'll go back and forth. This is right now Al Arabia.
This little dinner theater in Florida. Pat O'Brien, the Dipper, this, Angels with Dirty Faces, whatever.
So alive.
Famous with Jimmy Cagney. I didn't know who he was. The nicest man. I said, hey, that's that guy. So they said, well, why is he famous? I don't know. And you were told this. He's famous because more people know who he is than don't know who he is. What about you, Riff Raff? Who was the most famous, other than me? Who was the most famous person that you ever met that changed your life? Where you didn't wash your hands, as they say. Who was it?
It would probably be Gene Simmons of Kiss.
Now that's a good look at this. See that?
I was on Gene Simmons' his reality TV show when I was maybe 4 or 5 years old.
What?
Yeah.
Your parents let you on that show?
Yeah. He wasn't wearing makeup, but I promise you he was just as scary looking. and I just remember not being able to look at him because he was so freaky looking.
Why? What was the premise of this? What did you do?
I think my mother's friend, he was the producer of the show. But the story goes that I'm in a scene where he's going into
the radio source.
And he's
I'll switch over to this one.
My family. And what happens is he's sitting next to me, he puts his hand out, and I'm sitting next to him, and I'm not looking at him, and I give him a high five. And he puts his hand out again, and I keep high-fiving him, but I'm not looking at him because I'm so terrified. And I know
Okay, I'm gonna put this one out.
there too.
Because you're targeting one variable, you're not targeting events, because events
have a seat.
But that variable is very well defined.
Well, you're saying that this is the trigger, you know, an instantaneous drop, but it's harder to hedge against something like the slowing decline of the dollar.
Yeah, but okay, so that is but that would end up being reflected in stocks, the slow decline of the dollar. And effectively, the second risk, so the first one is a deficit, the second one is effectively that the dollar is losing its status as a reserve currency.
What proof do you have of that, though?
You can see the accumulation of gold in the reserve and the behavior of gold over the past 12 months. And it didn't start with Trump's policies. Of course, it started with Biden when he froze the accounts of people connected to Putin. Right. And of course, thinking that they'd be limited there, but people not connected to Putin,
speakers
decided to stay away from the euro and the dollar. And gold is effectively now the reserve currency.
So
transactions take place in dollars, euros, usually dollars, and at the same rate. However, they get converted back into gold, and we can see it from the accumulation of reserves.
You know what's interesting is Citigroup just this morning said the gold rally might hit a timeout this year. They said that it could start to retreat after running to near record highs.
How do they know? How do they know?
Well, that's my question to you. If you were afraid of where the U.S. exit is, if you were concerned about the dollar, and at this point geopolitical risk, are you stockpiling gold? Even at this level?
Okay, I'm not a central bank, so I mean, I think that with what's going on now, particularly with the new administration, the perception of America is the riskiness of America has increased. So on top of that move to gold that started with Biden, we have now a move to gold by people who are afraid of these policies, and
including central banks around the world, which doesn't
especially central banks around the world. So the dollar is a good transactional currency because people can label things in it, but not necessarily a storage currency. And this is what we're facing now.
So there was Nassim Taleb there, who is talking there with Bloomberg Sonali Basak and Matt Miller. He is the scientific advisor for hedge fund Universa Investments, and obviously a well-known author and investor in his own right. Coming up next, though, we're going to look at the markets this morning.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. This government is going for growth because that is the best way to create jobs, boost wages, lift people out of poverty.
Can we achieve those ambitious efficiency improvements? Can we spend all this investment money well to deliver an economic return to the UK?
I would truly say the new safe haven maybe is not the US right now, but it can be still Europe.
Several factors are keeping the economy resilient and should support growth over the medium term.
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe on Bloomberg Radio.
It's 6:31 a.m. here in London. Good morning, I'm Caroline Hepker.
And I'm Stephen Carroll. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Escalating tensions in the Middle East. Oil prices are trading near 5-month highs. Stock futures for Europe are down 0.2%. US stock futures are a bit higher. Bloomberg dollar spot index this morning is down around 0.1%. We've also got UK inflation that's expected to slow when we get the data out at 7 a.m. This morning. 10-year US Treasury yields 4.41, up 2 basis points right now.
Our top stories. Bloomberg understands that US President Donald Trump met his national security team for more than an hour yesterday to discuss the escalating conflict in the Middle East. Before gathering his advisors in the Situation Room, Trump posted a demand for Iran's unconditional surrender on social media. The US president also warned of a possible strike against the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, saying, "We are not going to take him out, at least not for now." Here's Bloomberg's Mike Shepard.
We have seen signs over the past day or so that the president has grown increasingly frustrated with Iran over its refusal to accept what he called the best deal it could get on ending its nuclear program. Tehran has bought with the idea that it should give up altogether enrichment of uranium. Iran says that its intentions are civilian in nature.
That was Bloomberg's Mike Shepard. As the New York Times reports, American commanders have put troops on high alert throughout the Middle East, with Iran preparing missiles for possible retaliatory strikes on U.S. military interests. The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem and consular sections in Tel Aviv will be closed for the next 3 days.
As for Israel and Iran, they have indicated plans to escalate the conflict, which has seen the sworn enemies exchange missile salvos for 5 consecutive days. Israel's military says that it has identified missiles launched from Iran towards its country and has instructed the public to take shelter in protected spaces. Defense Minister Israel Katz says that the military will target very significant sites in Tehran, adding that residents there should evacuate. The latest strikes from both sides have pushed crude oil prices high. Yet again, the price of oil has extended its advance over the past week to about 10%.
Top U.S. bank regulators are planning to reduce a key capital buffer for the biggest lenders. Bloomberg understands that the country is seeking to reduce the enhanced supplementary leverage ratio by up to 1.5 percentage points due to concerns about it limiting trading in the treasuries market. It's unclear whether easing the ratio would encourage banks to buy more treasuries. The Fed says it plans to meet on the 25th of June to discuss the plan, while the regulators haven't yet announced their agendas.
Amazon CEO Andy Jassy says that he expects the company's workforce to decline in the next few years as it uses artificial intelligence to handle more tasks. In an email to staff, Jassy says that the technology will mean fewer people in some of today's roles and more people doing other types of jobs. Jassy says that he expects this will lead to what he calls efficiency gains across the company.
And President Trump has delayed the deadline for Chinese company ByteDance to divest the U.S. operations of TikTok for a 3rd time. The 90-day extension provides another lifeline for the app, which has been a source of friction between the U.S. and China. It also gives the Trump administration more time to secure a complicated agreement that would require an American buyer and Beijing's sign-off.
Those are some of our top stories today. Coming up next, we'll hear from Teneo's Emily Stromquist on the growing hostilities in the Middle East. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
This is New York's only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg 1130. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News.
CBS News Brief. Israeli rockets were taking out Iranian missiles in the skies over Tel Aviv. This as Israel's military warned people to stay close to shelters as Iran launches new missile attacks. With transportation closed down, Americans are stranded in Israel, including Chicago's Rachel Albert and her family.
We don't know how long we'll be here. And so we're trying our best just to kind of take things day by day, hour by hour, but we're also attempting to prepare because we have no idea how long we will need to stay in Israel.
The Federal Reserve is expected to leave interest rates right where they are at their Wednesday policy meeting.
They're dealing with a lot of conflicting economic data. They're trying to see the future. They're dealing with pressure. Economists saying, well, we don't want to lower interest rates and then have to turn around and increase interest rates in a couple of months.
Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady, CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Get the news you need at the click of a button inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app, now featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg radio shows, plus news at your fingertips. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
You can't escape a traffic jam.
Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. Ah! No!
And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
A warming planet Complex geopolitics and fierce competition means business operations are under more scrutiny than ever before. Returning to London this June, the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit is uniting leaders and investors to explore how sustainability efforts can bolster resilience and mitigate risk. Learn more at bloomberglive.com/SBS London. That's bloomberglive.com/SBS London. Presenting sponsor, Schneider Electric. Bloomberg Radio, on demand, and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Balance of Power podcast, our conversation with retired General Frank McKenzie, former CENTCOM commander, now at the University of South Florida's Global and National Security Institute.
That would be President Trump's decision to actually execute that strike. And I believe you can make a point that it began a narrative arc that has taken us to where we are today. 2024 was the worst year in Iranian history in terms of foreign policy and defense policy, but it really did begin with the loss of Soleimani, who was their inspirational leader, the guy that could bring it all together for them across the region. After January 2020, he was no longer there, and they have felt his loss significantly.
It's really interesting as we try to understand the impact that had when it comes to communications with Iran's proxies, when it comes even to esprit de corps, if I could use that term, in keeping some cohesion among proxies and even within the Revolutionary Guard. The elimination of Qasem Soleimani speaks directly to the chaotic response we're seeing now, does it not?
It absolutely does. The fact of the matter is the Iranian military, and particularly the IRGC, the Republican Guard Corps, they don't have good succession planning. People come into these jobs and they stay for many, many, many years. You don't have someone you can turn to if a person dies or is killed. And they felt that very keenly. They felt it in the loss of Soleimani. We see it right now in the loss of their equivalent of their chairman and equivalent in the loss of the IRGC commander. It is having a profound effect on Iranian decision making. It's crippling it. It's making it very hard for them to come to coordinated positions on how to respond. And we see that every day in their ineptitude.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Balance of Power podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
6:40 a.m. here in the City of London. Good morning, I'm Caroline Hedges. So oil prices do appear to be steadying, even though there is obviously deep concern. Oil prices have rallied about 10% since Israel began its attacks on Iran about a week ago. There's also concern around whether the US may become more directly involved in this conflict. But for now, you've actually got oil prices heading just a little lower, about 0.1% for Brent and WTI crude futures. The other things that we are watching today, of course, the Federal Reserve interest rate decision. Not expecting any change. The hard data doesn't seem to have come through in terms of the impact of Trump tariffs, at least maybe not yet. So we're expecting them to stand pat. There will be many questions, though, for Jerome Powell, of course, who gives his press conference 30 minutes after the rate decision. Also, earlier this morning, we'll have UK inflation probably slowed to 3.3%. That's the view of Bloomberg Economics. So we'll be closely watching the Bank of England, of course, also making a decision tomorrow. Stock futures are currently down for Euro Stoxx 50 futures, 0.25%. S&P 500 EU futures up 0.1%. 10-year US Treasury yields at 4.4%, up 1.5 basis points. And you've got the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index weak at 0.1% right now. That is a look at the market. Stephen.
Caroline, thank you. I'm Stephen Carroll. Time now for a look at some of the other stories making news in the UK and around the world. Bloomberg understands that US President Donald Trump met his national security team for more than an hour yesterday to discuss the escalating conflict in the Middle East. The meeting is fueling speculation the US may join Israel's attacks on Iran. Search crews sifting through photos of the Air India plane that crashed last week have found the second black box. The cause of the crash remains unknown, though experts have questioned wing flap settings, engine performance, and why the landing gear hadn't been retracted after takeoff from Ahmedabad. And a review has found the British police failed to arrest a former US State Department employee because they prioritised her welfare over a prompt investigation. Anne Sakoulis was able to leave the UK under diplomatic immunity laws days after her vehicle struck 19-year-old Harry Dunn's motorbike in Northamptonshire in August 2019. She was eventually convicted of causing death by careless driving in December 2022. Those are some of our global news headlines.
Stephen, thank you so much. And now to another of our top interviews. Business leaders all over the world are watching events unfold between Israel and Iran and the impact that it's having on markets. Emily Stromquist is the managing director of political risk at Teneo, which advises business leaders. And she's been discussing how people are considering the risks now with Bloomberg's Romain Bostic and Scarlett Fu.
We're seeing a lot of concern in this environment about geopolitical conflict, attention and volume between trade negotiations, Russia, Ukraine, Iran, but there's really a sense right now that this is a pivotal moment for Iran. I think all eyes in the next few days are really focused on what's going to happen, how that plays out, any sort of regional and global repercussions that could be expected.
I am curious that when you have military conflicts like this, what typically or historically can you draw upon to sort of gauge what those ripple effects will be, particularly when it comes to the global economy and corporate bottom lines? Is there a connection?
Yeah, so the most effective tool is always to do your scenario planning. There's nothing we can recommend to companies more than thinking through possible outcomes, preparing, coming up with contingencies. And I think that's really in this situation in particular, where there's so many possible outcomes, so many ways this can play out. Uncertainty linked both to the Trump administration's approach and to Netanyahu as a leader, and in terms of his approach.
Sorry, not much going on here. Let me go to the.
There's so many questions that really thinking through the scenarios and sort of coming up with a range of possible responses is the best that every corporation can be doing right now as we wait to see how this plays out.
Is it helpful for companies to look at past geopolitical incidents as kind of a playbook for how to prepare, how to brace themselves for this new uncertainty? Or is that not a good template because we have a leader who's so unpredictable this time around?
I think that's exactly it. This is a regime that's incredibly unpredictable. We've discussed that at the moment, this is really about eliminating the nuclear capabilities of Iran. That may or may not lead to regime change. Regime change may be targeted as part of this. It's kind of irrelevant whether there's regime change or not. And I think that in particular makes this a difficult calculation, particularly in the case of Iran. There's the question of Khamenei and his leadership right now, but there's the ideological underpinnings that are tied to Khamenei. And that is still sort of the driving force behind political thinking in Iran. The government is largely intact, despite some of significant shifts and targeting of IRGC leaders. So it's a lot to take in. There's a lot of different ways this can play out, and I think kind of both the regime coupled with uncertainty about its actual nuclear capacity at the moment really makes for a unique situation.
Right. I like how you put it that regime change ultimately is irrelevant when it comes to U.S. companies and how they move forward. However, volatile oil prices and the Strait of Hormuz shipping is very relevant. How do they move forward with something like that? Are they hedging? Are they making decisions that kind of are put in place for 2 months or 3 months at a time?
Yeah, so we do see oil markets have been very interesting in recent years because they've really learned to just absorb geopolitical risk. A large part of that really has to do with the growth that we've seen outside of OPEC, now coupled with the fact that OPEC Plus is starting to unwind the cuts that they've had in place for years. This has created significant buffer in the market. That's reduced some of the fears about potential targeting of energy infrastructure in the Middle East. But in terms of, I think Hormuz is especially one of those wild cards. You'll see a lot of energy analysts out there who would say this isn't even something we should be discussing. It's outrageous. It's completely unfeasible for Iran to do that. I think given what we've discussed here today, you can't really take anything off the table with Iran. It's so unfeasible. And so
holy moly, look at that.
You really have to kind of consider all possibilities that can be targeted and how to prepare for that and the potential price shock. But we do see money in a comfortable range right now in the mid to low 70s.
So that was Emily Stromquist, who's Managing Director for Political Risk at Teneo, which advises business leaders around the world. Look, I think that there is the hostilities in the Middle East have obviously rattled global markets. Maybe Iran's infrastructure in terms of oil production hasn't been directly targeted yet, but there is a worry about US direct involvement, about a wider conflict perhaps in the Middle East. You have seen gold and oil prices both rising as people do think about safe havens amidst the geopolitical tension.
Yeah, and I mean, look, in the conversations that we've been having with market analysts in this studio as well, they do see this as so far following the playbook of a geopolitical shock and how it's playing out on markets. There has been that jump in oil prices, but it hasn't really accelerated in recent days. It's been smaller gains after the initial shock that we saw as well. Just looking at some of the latest headlines coming out of the Middle East this morning, Israel's security cabinet minister is speaking to local radio, talking about the US at the moment helping Israel in defense. This, of course,
if you like what you're watching, 24 hours, please hit the like button, and thank you for watching.
With Donald Trump, whether or not there will be a question of the United
Hope everybody's
States
doing well.
taking more offensive action rather than just the defensive action.
And thank you for watching
as well. So that is an interesting one to be keeping a watch on. This on the point of oil, though, while Israel hasn't struck the Iranian side of it, there has actually been a strike on Israel's oil refinery as well, which is disrupting some of the oil supplies to Israel. So that is, kind of an interesting one to note in that broader complex as well.
I think also, though, the industry watchers are thinking about that $80 price point and whether that is the next inflection point if there is any further news out of the US in terms of more direct involvement or not. Very few countries above $76 a barrel.
And again, against the background of where we've seen OPEC Plus increasing supplies over the past series of meetings as well, and no signs they're going to slow that down. So the market is being supplied healthily by those big oil producers, but it's the question of the Strait of Hormuz, and if there would be any disruption to that as well, what that would mean in terms of being able to get those supplies around the world. There's limited pipeline shipping out of Saudi Arabia as well as the Strait of Hormuz would be a huge block if there were to be action taken there on global oil supplies, and perhaps that could be the catalyst to see those prices take significantly higher.
Of course, do stay with us, because in the next hour we've got our Middle East reporter Dan Williams who'll be with us talking about this issue live. Coming up in the next part of the programme, we'll bring you the latest on the market. So not just what's happening in the oil market, but also the Federal Reserve rate decision. Bloomberg's markets reporter Valerie Titel will be with us next. This is Bloomberg.
The data that matters for your investment.
Apple was among the most active.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
The bouncing ball that is Tesla. Investors going back into Mag 7 stocks.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg. You are seeing all these healthcare names rally big. It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Tariffs putting pressure on yet another retail name.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Addiction isn't a choice. I would isolate, self-medicate, and fabricate to continue my use.
I didn't really think I had a problem.
Rachel and Pete are just 2 of 48.5 million Americans with substance use disorder. But 3 out of 4 people find recovery is possible with help. Go to shatterproof.org/brain treatment to watch the short film No More Secrets and find out how you can get help. That's shatterproof.org/find treatment.
I'm Shonali Bassett, and I have a new show. It's called Bullish, and it's about the future of Wall Street. Join me and Ken Griffin,
Wow, look at that one. Wow.
Melody Hobson, Jane Fraser, and others as I explore Wall Street South, the rise of influencers. Oh, and I learned how to count cards.
And then a black tap.
Oh my God, this is amazing TV.
Watch Bullish Tuesdays on Bloomberg.com or tune in live at 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg TV and 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals.
Influential conversations from Bloomberg Television. Here's Ed Ludlow.
Today, robotics firm 1X Technologies is out with a new world model. It says can evaluate a robot's performance without deploying it into the real world. The model's a data-driven simulator for humanoids with a grounded understanding of physics of their surrounding world. The CEO and CTO of 1X, Bernd Bernick, joins us here in San Francisco. The main point is validation of a capability without collecting the real-world data.
What it really does is it gives us the ability to basically see the future with respect to what would happen if the robot actually takes these specific actions. And this allows us to really test at scale whether these new AI models that we're actually creating will be better than the previous ones, right? Why does this world model open a path to a world where humanoid robotics are genuinely useful, deployable in manufacturing or other logistics settings where a human is currently needed? To get there and get your robots to be intelligent enough to solve these tasks, you just need this incredible diversity of data. And that's why we're going to the home first. And if you're deploying these robots at scale into homes, living and learning among us, then we also need to be able, in a safe manner, to test how will our models perform.
Hear more interviews like this one on Bloomberg Television, streaming live on Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg mobile app, or check your local cable listings.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now it's 6:53 a.m. here in the city of London. Very good morning. I'm Caroline Hepgett. Looking at futures this morning, we are up 1/10% for the S&P 500, down at about 1/4% for the US Stocks 50 futures. Anxiety around what's happening in the Middle East continues to remain in front and centre really for investors, but actually Brentford futures just moving a little bit lower, even though we're up about 1/10% since the start of the conflict between Israel and Iran. Bloomberg dollar spot index is down 1/10%, with the euro trading at 115.01, so stronger by 0.2%. It was also a mixed trading day in the Asian session. We had declines for the Hang Seng, gains in Japan, so it was pretty mixed also there. And in about 7 minutes' time, we'll get the UK inflation data for you, also ahead of the Bank of England rate decision. Those are the markets.
Caroline, thank you. Let's bring in Valerie Teitel, our markets reporter, for some analysis on where markets are trading this morning. Valerie, we have the Federal Reserve decision to look forward to later on today. As our colleagues put it, the economy chugs along in the United States so far anyway. What are we expecting from the Fed? We've also got the economic projections at the top of.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be the updated economic projections, which are going to be the key signals here, because in the press conference, Powell is really likely to reiterate a lot of the same lines he said in the previous meeting about how the Fed is well positioned to wait for further clarity. But it's really the nuance that we're interested in here. We're interested in what kind of inflation projections these FOMC members are penciling in, and most importantly, off the back of that, are they penciling in the fact that inflation could be transitory and they could still continue the cutting cycle later this year? Or perhaps are they saying that if they're worried about inflation being persistent on the back of tariffs and penciling in no cuts for the remainder of 2025? I think the dispersion on the dot plot will be very interesting. Just how many Fed members are penciling in no cuts for the remainder of the year and are more worried about inflation rather than the risk to growth and unemployment from the tariffs?
Well, Powell's surely going to get a lot of questions on that in the press conference. But it does seem that traders are also preparing for potentially a very dovish successor to Powell.
Yeah, there's been some very interesting volumes traded in SOFR futures for May 2026, which is when the successor to Powell is expected to sit down. There is a growing speculation that we could have what Paul Tudor Jones called a uber dovish Fed pick from the Trump administration, who will sit down in May 2026 and slash interest rates immediately. We know that Powell has been calling for not only just one Federal Reserve cut, but for 100 basis points of cuts from the current chair, Fed Powell. And the suspicion is that Trump, if he does want to have some influence into monetary policy, he could pick a Fed chair sooner rather than later. And actually, the market starts listening not to Jerome Powell, but to who this new successor will be when he sits down. I think this is key because there is one member on the FOMC who frankly is really the only one calling for a transitory inflation impact, and that's Christopher Waller. If he, for instance, is picked as the next Fed successor, he's really a standout on the Federal Reserve in terms of still penciling in around 3 cuts for the remainder of this year. And whenever he's talked about tariff-induced inflation, he says, "Hey, I'm not worried about it. That's going to be a one-time price shock. I'm more worried about the labor market." So if you do see Trump picking someone sooner rather than later, really the narrative on the Fed could be really upended before Powell's term ends.
Valerie, I'm also keen for your take on our reporting about the changes to bank capital.
4 hours in the books.
US bank regulators planning to
Thank you for watching.
Capital buffer by up to 1.5 percentage points for the biggest lenders. What are the pros and cons here?
Well, this regulation change is something that's been widely anticipated by the market. It seems to be, every few months we get a leak about this plan. It does seem like it's coming to fruition now, so that's a good thing for the market. But I think one negative thing out of this Bloomberg article, the sources here not mentioning that treasuries will get a complete carve out from the SLR, from that bank capital rule, about having to hold essentially capital against your holdings of treasuries. That's something that I think that treasury market players want to see, because what happened in April when there was a lot of volatility in the treasury market, you had the fact that banks were just unwilling to offer liquidity because they didn't want to have to hold so much capital against maybe a swelling treasury position. If, for instance, everyone in the treasury market is a seller, which is what happened in April, banks were, I guess, less likely to take on that flow because they would have to hold capital against maybe a swelling balance sheet size of holding all these treasuries. So I do think that there still is a lot to be worked out in this capital plan, but most want to see the SLR on treasuries dropped, or maybe a complete carve out. And that's something that was not necessarily mentioned by these sources. They did say that the regulators might ask for public comment on the treasury regulation. So maybe foreshadowing that they've not made a final decision. The Fed does meet next Wednesday to discuss this plan, though.
Okay, been interesting, Valerie. Thank you so much for being with us this morning, talking us through the major stories in markets. Our Bloomberg markets reporter Valerie Titel, and actually you're going to be staying with me for the next hour here on Bloomberg Radio, because we'll be speaking to our Jerusalem reporter Dan Williams about what's happening in the Middle East. As we say, oil prices easing off this morning, but the worries around the border conflict remain. And also on the UK economy, Dan Hansen will join us too.
Yeah, that's as we're expecting the May inflation figures for the UK expected to show a cooling slightly from the previous month. The headline number expected to come down from 3.5 to 3.3%. That's the consensus estimate from our survey of economists and from our own Bloomberg Economics. Ahead of that, pounds trading a touch stronger against the dollar, 134.45. Those numbers to come in the next hour of Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Today, the Fed decides.
We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient.
How will tariff chaos impact future rate moves?
They're going to be late. They've got no choice but to be late.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
There's a question around the new structure of trade.
The Fed rate decision and Powell press conference.
How quickly does the Fed move?
Today, starting at 1:30. Listen on Bloomberg 1130, on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, and on the Bloomberg Podcast YouTube page. Live from the financial capital of the world, broadcasting across the globe. This is WBBR New York. Bloomberg.
What the hell is it? Game show. It's global news.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak here.
When I was global news.
18th of June in London. Coming up today,
weighing the options, Trump leads his national security team as speculation swirls that the U.S. could join Israel's fight against Iran.
Fueling concern, the prospect of possible U.S. involvement in the Middle East
I'll leave it there for
drives oil close to a 5-month high.
What's next? Traders pile into bets that Jerome Powell's successor will slash rates as the Fed prepares to hold rates steady once again.
Plus, OpenAI's Sam Altman says Meta has offered some of his team 8-figure signing bonuses in a bid to lure away top talent.
That's all straight ahead on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, on DAB Digital Radio London, Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 99.1 Washington DC, Bloomberg 92.9 Boston, Sirius XM Channel 121, and around the world on BloombergRadio.com and via the Bloomberg Business app.
Morning from London, I'm Caroline Metcalf.
And I'm Valerie Titel. You're listening to Daybreak Europe on London DAB Radio. We've had some breaking news coming out of the UK. The inflation print for the month of May coming in pretty much in line for core CPI. 3.5 was the print for core CPI. It was expected to be 3.5. Headline is coming in just a touch stronger than expected at 3.4% versus 3.3% expected. And most notably, services CPI coming in soft by 0.1% versus expectations. We are seeing the pound quite stable as this data print release, but in broader markets, we have the U.S. equity market just up a touch. S&P 500 futures up 0.1%. We also have Eurostoxx futures in the red, down 0.2%.
Those are the markets. These are our top stories. Bloomberg understands that U.S. President Donald Trump met his national security team for more than an hour yesterday to discuss the escalating conflict in the Middle East. Before gathering his advisors in the Situation Room, Trump posted a demand for Iran Iran's unconditional surrender on social media. The US president also warned of a possible strike against the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, saying, "We are not going to take him out, at least not for now." According to a White House official, Trump also spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as speculation swelled that the US may opt to join Israel in directly attacking Iran.
Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz says that the U.S. has been considering military intervention in Iran, and if it doesn't return to the negotiating table, then the complete destruction of Iran's nuclear program may be on the agenda. Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams leads our team covering the U.S. national security.
The big question, of course, is what now? So it seems that there are essentially two options on the table. One is the U.S. gets involved, so that's one potential option, and the other is another effort for diplomacy.
Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams speaking there as the New York Times reports American commanders have put troops on high alert throughout the Middle East, with Iran preparing missiles for possible retaliatory strikes on U.S. military interests. The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem and consular sections in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv will be closed for the next 3 days.
Well, should the US president choose to deepen military involvement, he would have one of the most formidable arsenals in the world at his disposal, including a suite of advanced weaponry capable of altering the course of the conflict. Gabosian Potts reports.
The US has a range of military assets that it could bring to bear, including the £30,000 massive ordnance penetrator, or MOP, commonly known as the bunker buster bomb. The GPS-guided munition has been widely touted as the only weapon capable of crippling Tehran's nuclear ambitions. Experts say a successful strike would require hitting Fordow, Iran's heavily fortified underground uranium enrichment facility. Built beneath a mountain and believed to be buried 60 to 90 meters deep, the site is considered virtually impervious to conventional weapons. Many defense analysts argue that only the MOP, a weapon uniquely held by the United States, stands a chance of inflicting serious damage. Its deployment would require a US strategic bomber, underscoring the scale and complexity of such an operation. In London, I'm Ewan Potts, Bloomberg Radio.
Both Israel and Iran have indicated plans to escalate the conflict, which has seen the sworn enemies exchange missile salvos for 5 consecutive days. Israel's military says it has identified missiles launched from Iran toward Israel and has instructed the public to take shelter in protected spaces. Meanwhile, Defense Minister Israel Katz says the military will target very significant sites in Tehran, adding that residents should evacuate. The latest strikes from both sides have pushed crude oil prices higher yet again. The price of oil has now extended its advance over its past week to approximately 10%.
Now, to some breaking news this hour in the UK. Inflation cooled slightly in May, although by less than economists had expected. The headline CPI number came in at 3.4%. That's above the average estimate of 3.3%. The core print slowed to 3.5%, while services inflation was slightly weaker than expected at 4.7%. The Office for National Statistics says that a fall in airfares and motor fuel costs was partially offset by rising food prices last month.
And traders have made record bets that the next Federal Reserve chair will slash rates immediately. The wagers in rates futures have been gaining momentum since President Trump said he would name Jerome Powell's successor very soon, and has seen record volumes this week. Powell's term ends May of next year. Partner and chief economist at Apollo Global Management, Torsten Slok, says the central bank is at a crossroads.
The Fed is stuck with a dual mandate that's really torn. On the one hand, the upside pressure on inflation from tariffs, from oil prices, that's saying that inflation will be going up. And if inflation is going up, the Fed should be hiking. But at the same time, those shocks also will be pointing in the direction of growth slowing down. And if growth is slowing down, then the Fed should be cutting.
Apollo's Torsten Slok there. By the end of this year, traders are pricing in roughly 40 basis points of total easing by the Federal Reserve. Officials are widely expected to leave interest rates unchanged for a 4th straight meeting today, even as policymakers warn that Trump administration tariffs could increase inflation and unemployment.
And OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says that Meta has been trying to poach some of his staff with signing bonuses as high as $100 million. Meta has been trying to build a new top-tier AI team by buying Scale AI and also looking to hire engineers from rivals. But Altman told his brother's Uncapped podcast that he didn't think that the approach would work.
people sort of look at the two paths and say, all right, OpenAI's got a really good shot, a much better shot at actually delivering on superintelligence, and also may eventually be the more valuable company. But I think the strategy of a ton of upfront guaranteed comp, and that being the reason you tell someone to join, like really the degree to which they're focusing on that and not the work and not the mission, I don't think that's going to set up a great culture.
The OpenAI CEO added that no one from his company had yet accepted an offer from Mark Zuckerberg, who has been personally recruiting. The hiring push and $14 billion purchase of Scale AI are a sign of Meta's desperation not to fall behind on this new technology race.
Those are your top stories on the markets. Euro Stoxx 50 futures are slightly in the red, down 0.2%. S&P 500 futures are up just slightly, up 0.1% after the broader index fell around 1% in yesterday's trade on rising tensions in the Middle East. We do have our eye on the oil price. We've got Brent crude at $76 a barrel, down 0.4% on today's session. An eye on cable, 134.56, 0.2% stronger versus the dollar after we had core CPI come in 0.1% weaker versus estimates a few moments ago.
Yeah, in a moment we'll bring you more on what the US could do next when it comes to the Iran-Israel conflict, and we'll also dig into those UK CPI inflation figures in a moment. But there's another story that caught our eye this morning. I mean, war is on the minds of many people, of course. It is conspicuously absent from the Art Basel Fair in Switzerland. Our colleague James Tarmy has been writing about this, about actually how dealers say that a lot of buyers are taking refuge in art, given the uncertain times that we have, and this is reflected in the art that is on offer. James writes, nearly every artwork on offer at the fair was lovely and apolitical.
Colourful, maybe colourful,
maybe more cheerful, but this kind of idea that safe art is dominating. I mean, we know that the art market has been in something of a funk for quite a long time, but I think quite a lot of art dealers apparently are trying safe options, and their buyers are too.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the Art Basel fair in Switzerland is like, but I have been to the Art Basel one in Miami, and oh my gosh, let me tell you, people don't go there for the art. It's all about showing off what you're wearing. So that's also quite fun.
Yeah, absolutely. You can read James Tarmy's piece on Bloomberg.com, of course. Now, Israel and Iran are continuing to exchange fire for a sixth day as the focus shifts now to what the US president will do next. Donald Trump met his national security team in Washington. He also spoke to the Israeli prime minister, and he's called for Iran's unconditional surrender. Our Jerusalem reporter Dan Williams is with us here in London once more today. Dan, good morning. What is the latest in terms of what we're hearing actually about the conflict between Iran and Israel before we get on to the issue with the US?
Good morning. Yes, well, the fighting continues apace. There is a suggestion that when it comes to Iranian attacks on Israel, there is a tapering off for a second day now. We have heard of 2 missile salvos, apparently no more than 25 missiles all told. 3 UAVs sent over, shot down without incident. There may have been some structural damage from the missiles, but no casualties. That's a marked difference from what Israel experienced over the weekend. And it would appear that the Iranians are seeing their arsenal depleted by Israeli strikes, or maybe husbanding what remains of Israel.
All right, there you go. Anyway, thank you for watching, everybody. I'm going to sign off now. Have a good day. And thank you for watching. Good night. Bye-bye.